Good afternoon and welcome to the New York City Council's hearing on housing and buildings. At this time, we ask that you silence all electronic devices and at no time is anyone to approach the dais. If you have any questions during the hearing, please see the Sergeant at Arms. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this afternoon's hearing of the Committee on Housing and Buildings on the Fiscal 2025 Preliminary Budget and the Fiscal 2024 Preliminary Mayor's Management Report. I am Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, the Chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings, and I would like to acknowledge that I am joined today by Councilmembers Brewer, Hudson, Dinowitz, and Abreu. We're also joined by Public Advocate Jamani Williams. New York City is facing its worst affordability crisis in decades, driven in large part by housing costs. As the costs of rent and housing skyrocket, working and middle-class New Yorkers who have been here for generations, who have helped to build our city, are struggling to remain in their homes. Last week, we had a hearing on the city's housing and vacancy survey. The most recent findings highlight a vacancy rate of 1.4%. The lowest on record. The findings also highlight what I understand and what we can understand as a hyper-gentrification of New York City, one like we've never seen before, with working class and low-income families leaving our city while being replaced by higher income households earning over $200,000 per year. In my district, 61% of renters are rent burdened, meaning that they're paying more than 30% of their monthly income in rent. The housing stock is also falling apart. More than 55 of every 100 units in my district has a code violation. And across the city, CSS, Community Service Society, estimates that over 100,000 families in 10,000 buildings are living with multiple conditions that are hazardous to their health and safety. At today's preliminary budget hearing, we will first hear from the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and then the Department of Buildings, and finally the public at 4:30 p.m. HPD is responsible for maintaining building and resident safety and health, creating opportunities for New Yorkers through housing affordability, and engaging New Yorkers to build and sustain our neighborhood's strength and diversity. As such, the agency's budget is a reflection of our city's commitment to tackling the housing crisis. HPD's fiscal 2025 preliminary budget totals $1.79 billion, $373.4 million greater than at fiscal 2024 at budget adoption, due to additional emergency shelter responsibilities for asylum seekers. HPD's actual fiscal 2025 agency budget, when pass-through funding for NYCHA is removed, however, is $1.57 billion. The fiscal 2025 preliminary financial plan includes $15.7 million in programs to eliminate the gap, or PEGs, in fiscal 2024, and $110.4 million in fiscal 25. When removing the $98.9 million asylum seeker PEG in fiscal 2025, the pass-through PEGs to NYCHA, HPD receives $9.1 million in city funding reductions over fiscals 24 and 25. While it is positive that these cuts were not deeper and did not remove headcount, it is noteworthy that almost all of these PEGs are at the expense of the administration's own housing blueprint initiatives. There are cuts to programs that combat source of income discrimination, prevent tenant harassment through Partners in Preservation, and support homeowners through the Homeowner Help Desk. The committee is interested in learning more about the trajectory of housing blueprint initiatives and what the department is doing to limit further delays to its own plan for tackling the housing crisis. And unfortunately, it is clear that the housing crisis is deepening. The state was unable to negotiate a major housing production deal last year or extend new tenant protections. The Housing Vacancy Survey, as I mentioned, published last month, revealed startling facts about the depths of the city's current affordability crisis. Among the units renting for $1,100 or less, the HVS found a tiny vacancy rate of only 0.39%, even among units renting for under $2,400, which would require a $96,000 annual income to be affordable at 30% of your income. There is less than a 1% vacancy rate. As a result, the multiracial working class is being driven out of New York, with 200,000 Black New Yorkers, nearly 1/10, leaving over the past 2 decades. HPD is at the center of the city's plan to build and preserve affordable housing and neighborhoods. While gratefully HPD has increased the headcount over the past year by 214 positions, kudos, to 2,461 active positions as of the end of January 2024, internal capacity for inspection, development, and especially for preservation remain overstretched. The council invites closer collaboration to build more deeply affordable and supportive housing while extending more affordable homeownership opportunities. It is positive that the administration raised its previous target of 18,000 unit starts to 20,000 starts. But this is still below the target of 25,000 units from the prior administration. New Yorkers simply need more affordable housing as soon as possible. Further, capital investments are needed. When removing capital funding for RAD PACT at NYCHA, HPD's 5-year capital plan totals $8.84 billion, which is about 70% of the $12.5 billion 5-year capital target the mayor promised for HPD as a candidate in 2021. Now that the administration has canceled the executive plan PEG, I hope to hear more about new capital and expense investments planned for HPD. You know the council has our own ideas that we want to work with you on. Whether in preservation, new construction, inspections, supportive housing, or new responsibilities caring for asylum seekers, HPD has substantial tasks in front of you. Although they are challenging, the committee stands ready to support ambitious initiatives that will set New York City on a path to meeting our goals. I look forward to hearing from the Commissioner and HPD leadership on how we can collaborate to make a real difference for New Yorkers. Thanks once again to the committee staff who have helped prepare this hearing, Dan Krupp, our Principal Financial Analyst, Jack Story, our Unit Head, Chima Obichere, Deputy Director in the Finance Division, Taylor Zaloni, Austin Malone, Jose Conde, Andrew Bourne, Brooke Fry, and Reese Hirota in the Legislative Division, and on my team, Sam Cardenas, my Chief of Staff, Kadeem Robinson, Legislative Director, Magali Mendez, Adrian Cacho, Maria Villalobo, Paola Olivo, Gerard Fernandez, and our 12 community interns. Shout out to our chief for making that happen. Finally, a reminder for members of the public who would like to testify, please fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms so that we can include you in the speakers list. I'll now pass it to our public advocate to make some introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As I mentioned before, my name is Jamani Williams. I'm the public advocate for the City of New York. Thank you very much to Chair Sanchez and members of the Committee on Housing and Buildings for holding this hearing and allowing me the opportunity to provide a statement. Just first, before I even get the statement, and before the statement was written, this morning there was an announcement of an arrest of Daniel Abshalom. So I just want to congratulate HPD and the administration. I did read in the press release that there was a reference to his name being on lists of worst landlord. Sure, it was an unintentional omission, but those lists are the public advocates list, and so we're very proud of those. And he was on the list for many years and #1 2 years in a row. And as I said before, I don't think anything's going to change until arrests are made or buildings are taken away. And what I'm glad to see the administration is moving in the right direction. New York City's housing crisis has progressively worsened over the past couple of years, with the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbating it in every aspect. Our housing agencies have faced high attrition rates, with the Department of Housing Preservation Development, HPD, losing nearly a third of its full-time employees, many of whom were experienced staff in the period between April 2020 and October 2022. As of January 2024, the vacancy rate for HPD was 7.7%, accounting for 205 positions. While there are clear indications that HPD has rebounded from pandemic lows with production in fiscal year 23, which we're happy about, rising from the low point of the previous fiscal year, staffing shortages continue to negatively impact the agency's capacity. The average time for capital project completion has increased, as well as median times for application approval in the housing lottery up to 192 days from the previous median of 88, leaving affordable units sitting empty for months on end. I know we'll be speaking about DOB later, but I'd like to say with a vacancy rate of 5.6, the Department of Buildings DOB faced similar staffing challenges, having met only 43% of its goals in the first few months of fiscal year 24. From building and parking lot collapses to dangerous crane incidences, there is a concerning trend in overall infrastructure and building safety. According to the preliminary mayor-managed report, enforcement inspections fell 4.3%, even as development inspections completed rose by 9.5%. DOB also issued fewer violations than average. Wait times for construction and plumbing inspections increased as a result of ongoing budget constraints and staffing shortages. Finally, I want to highlight a trend in all 5 boroughs: fires and crippling infrastructure. The Bronx in particular has experienced many tragedies due to landlord abandonment and neglect, and it's no surprise that these fires are taking place in communities of more color. There's also been an increase in lithium-ion battery fires throughout the city. In 2022, these batteries caused 220 fires and 6 deaths, and in 2023, they caused 243 fires and 17 deaths and 124 injuries. The most recent lithium-ion battery fire that took place last month in Harlem caused the death of Fazil Khan, a young journalist, was truly a tragic incident that could have been prevented. It is critical that we maintain the ample funding that provides these vital services to residents that survived the fire. In addition, we need more inspectors in both HPD and DOB who can identify violations that could potentially cause collapses and fires and further address emergency complaints. It just shows how the type of cuts that we've heard about before really impact people's lives. I hope during today's hearing the administration will provide more information on the issues I highlighted in my statement. We cannot have unsafe and weakened infrastructure that puts New Yorkers at risk every day. I'd also like to know if the administration plans to end the hiring freeze and meet the goal of fully staffed HPD and DOB. We do know for any housing plan to be successful, preservation has to be a large part of it, and that means making sure we're taking care of the infrastructure. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Public Advocate, all the things you said. Before I turn it over to our committee counsel, I also want to highlight why is the, I hear there's an echo. Sergeants, I don't know. Is this better? Oh, no. How about this one? All right, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna move over one of my 25 screens. Okay, thank you. So before I turn it over to committee counsel, I also wanna highlight that this morning, prior to this hearing, the Progressive Caucus, joined by elected officials from all across the city, our borough presidents, our public advocate, the controller, many members of this council, labor organizations, and affordable housing advocates across the city of New York, we announced the Homes Now, Homes for Generation campaign, which calls for a $2 billion investment, separate and apart from investments currently in the capital plan, a $2 billion capital investment to quadruple the city's investments in affordable homeownership and make good on the city's promise to prevent the displacement of thousands of tenants by preserving rent-stabilized units. Specifically, we're looking to increase funding for the Open Door program, which finances new construction of multifamily shared equity cooperatives, and the Neighborhood Pillars program, which I know HPD loves. Neighborhood Pillars helps community organizations, including MWB developers, acquire and rehabilitate for-profit owned housing. And I will leave it at that and hope to hear commentary on these 2 existing initiatives at HPD, and if the administration has a perspective on this time, on this ambitious but doable proposal that we can achieve in collaboration. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to our committee counsel.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You can begin.
Is this my signal to begin, Chair? Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Chair Brannan in absentia at the moment, members of the City Council and of this committee, Public Advocate Williams, and let me just pause for a moment and say thank you to you for the worst landlords list. I guess you'll see later in the news some talk about this, but the work that you do is resulting in the kind of outcomes that we're looking for New Yorkers. So thank you. I'm Adolfo Carrion Jr., Commissioner of the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and I'm joined by members of our agency's senior leadership teams sitting here at the dais as well as sitting behind me. We have with me at the dais First Deputy Commissioner Ahmed Tegani and Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration Gardier Caphart. As commissioner, but more importantly, as a lifelong New Yorker, it is my honor to testify before you today on HPD's fiscal year 2025 budget. It is also my responsibility to tell you New York City's housing crisis is at its worst point in over 50 years, putting the city we know and love in serious trouble. This crisis is deeply personal to me. My family moved from a basement apartment in a tenement in Williamsburg in the 1960s into an apartment in NYCHA's Jacob Riis houses on the Lower East Side, just a decade after my parents arrived from Puerto Rico. From there, we moved to a federally supported new development on 12th Street and Avenue C in Loisaida. Eventually, we were able to squirrel away enough savings to buy a home in the Northeast Bronx through a Federal Housing Administration supported mortgage. So for folks like me and my family, this crisis and this budget isn't really about numbers at all. It's about the people who make a home in our city, who raise their children and grandchildren here, who raise their prospects for a better and brighter future. Behind all the numbers we share with you today isn't just the bricks we lay and the homes we build. It's about the children, families, working people, older New Yorkers who live in your districts and on your blocks, the people who are counting on the city of New York to create, preserve, and protect their homes. For decades, we've talked about a housing crisis. For many, the term may have started to lose a sense of urgency, but the New York City housing crisis is more real, more relevant, and more dire than ever before. If you're wondering why I'm starting with a warning today, instead of diving straight into the numbers, it's because I want to make crystal clear that our single biggest motivator, the driving force behind our budget decisions and budget requests, is the need to solve the housing crisis, not in the future, not in the next budget cycle, but this year in this budget. As we testified before you last week, we recently released the latest New York City Housing Vacancy Survey, the longest running housing survey in the country. The survey measures, among other things, the number of homes available for rent, a data point called the vacancy rate. Anything 5% or less can be considered a housing emergency. A vacancy rate under 2% is deeply, deeply troublesome. New York City's vacancy rate is now an alarming 1.41%, the lowest recorded since 1968. That means at the time of the survey, for the more than 2.3 million renter households, there were only about 33,000 homes available for rent. This isn't just a faceless statistic. It's a harsh reality for the diverse and vibrant communities who call this city home. It means families have little to no choice, working people are forced to live in apartments they can't afford, older New Yorkers and those with disabilities can't easily find accessible homes, and as a city, it means our economic and cultural potential is harmed as middle and low-income people are forced out. The mayor has set a moonshot goal of 500,000 homes created and preserved over the next decade, because that's what it will take to solve the housing shortage and homelessness crisis. And we are moving full steam ahead to make this a reality. In the past 2 years, the city broke record after record to create and preserve as many homes as possible while getting people into apartments as quickly as possible. In calendar year 2023, we closed on financing for the creation of an all-time record-breaking 14,227 newly constructed affordable homes. We also directly connected more New Yorkers to homes than ever before, bringing nearly 13,000 households into affordable units this past calendar year alone. Nearly 10,000 of those connections were through our Housing Connect lotteries. Another 3,000 households left shelter to move into HPD homeless set-aside units, creation of this body, by the way, an increase of more than 30% from 2022 to 2023. Overall, HPD and our partner, the Housing Development Corporation, financed a total of 27,911 units in calendar year 2023 through new construction and preservation projects. an increase of 80% from calendar year 2022. We focused on new homes for the most vulnerable New Yorkers, setting records by creating 3,926 new homes for New Yorkers who had experienced homelessness, and 1,670 new supportive homes with restricted rents and supported by social services. Despite immense challenges, every team at HPD with our partners at HDC are working tirelessly, and it's making a difference for the people we serve, the people who depend on us. We're optimistic, but we are not declaring victory. These milestones are important and mean we are helping New Yorkers, more vulnerable families, more individuals that will benefit from supportive services, and more older New Yorkers than we have in the past, but the need continues to be great. When it comes to working with this council to solve the housing crisis, I am lifted up by the success we've shared. Together, we've moved new projects through the land use review process. We've approved tax abatements that ensure long-term affordability for thousands of families. We've invested in rehabilitation efforts that will stabilize some of our most distressed buildings, and we've advanced a fair housing framework with you that will improve access and equity in the city. In fact, after the last 2 years, I am optimistic. This year, we are going to need the full court press. To win, to create a city where all our friends and neighbors can build lives, raise families, and grow old, we can't sit back and wait on defense. We need to create more tools. We need to find more opportunities. We collectively will need to be more proactive. We will need to work together to convert the resources in our 2025 fiscal year budget into housing wins citywide. Like any good team, we need a shared understanding of the resources and the challenges we face. On that front, I want to start with some key numbers. $1.79 billion, HPD's fiscal year 2025 total expense budget. $1.57 billion, HPD's operational and programmatic budget. The remaining $217 million serves simply as a pass-through for the New York City Housing Authority. 20 plus, the number of individual funding sources that flow into HPD's budget. $762.3 million, a significant, almost half of what the city's own resources that go into our budget. 2,660, the number of full-time staff on HPD's budget. This includes 356 staffers dedicated to building and preserving affordable homes, 380 inspectors and inspector supervisors, keeping our city safe. 225 positions still remain open, and our current staff vacancy rate is down to 8.4%. $12 million is the budget that supports our neighborhood planning teams, serving as a lifeline for neighborhoods to make sure that new affordable housing works for our host communities. $126 million is the budget for our enforcement and neighborhood services teams, the backbone of safety and security for our communities. Our inspectors ensure that every family can lay their heads down in a home that offers safety, warmth, and hopefully prosperity. $677 million, the budget for our housing access teams, who provide subsidies, placement services, and tools that connect New Yorkers to affordable housing. Vulnerable households in subsidized housing have the support they need to be safely housed. We're going to stay laser focused on our mission to create and preserve affordable homes, especially for vulnerable, low and moderate and middle-income New Yorkers. We're constantly working to find ways to finance deeper affordability and to partner with community partners to provide wraparound services to better serve New Yorkers. Our development team is currently comprised of more than 8 teams who are working on hundreds of projects. Everything from converting hotels and commercial buildings into affordable homes to helping homeowners create safer basements to rent out at affordable rates. Communities are central to developing solutions for the future of their neighborhoods. We aren't just here to build homes and protect tenants, we're also deeply committed to helping to build communities and support the New Yorkers who are the backbone of our city. That means real on-the-ground neighborhood planning in our host communities. HPD's Office of Neighborhood Strategies and partner city agencies are working with communities throughout the city to plan for the preservation and development of affordable housing in a manner that fosters equitable, diverse, and livable neighborhoods. So in the next year, we're working with the Department of Environmental Protection to develop a comprehensive vision for the Jewel Streets neighborhood in East New York that will pair planned investments in green infrastructure with new housing and community amenities in a neighborhood that had been forgotten and ignored by past administrations. We're advancing affordable housing projects on multiple public sites across the city, putting into motion a significant piece of Mayor Eric Adams' 24 in 24 plan announced in his recent State of the City address. Through the 24 in 24 plan, we, along with our partners at NYCHA, EDC, and the New York Public Library, are advancing 24 affordable housing projects on public sites in 2024 that will ultimately create or preserve over 12,000 housing units. The development of these sites will be guided by robust community engagement that ensures local priorities are at the forefront of every public site project. Our enforcement and neighborhood services team almost never gets the acclaim that they deserve, but they truly are the unsung heroes keeping tenants safe. Each day, our team responds to housing complaints and issues violations, holding landlords accountable. By intensifying our focus on self-closing doors, thanks to this body, and fire safety protocols, inspections yielded a significant increase in violations, issuing nearly 50,000 in just fiscal year 23. Our team also intervenes to make emergency repairs when landlords fail to address hazardous conditions, prioritizing the health and safety of New Yorkers. Through litigation efforts, including securing orders to correct and civil penalties, which were referenced before, the appointment of 7A administrators or even jail time when warranted have enforced the laws against some of the most notorious landlords. Just this morning, we announced that New York City's worst landlord will soon be arrested. HPD secured a warrant for his arrest and commitment to civil jail for notorious landlord Daniel Ohebshalom for neglecting 2 Washington Heights buildings with 700 open violations and dangerous conditions. And just for the record, this only represents a small portion of his portfolio. We continue to escalate enforcement at Ohebshalom's other properties, as well as against any landlord who thinks they can flout the law. This administration prioritizes health and safety of tenants, escalating action against negligent landlords, and to the full extent of the law. We encourage you all to find out more about our efforts through our new ABCs of housing, and we look forward to bringing this information about tenants' rights, owners' responsibilities, and all of the city's resources to tenants and property owners as we engage in our HPD in your district outreach this summer, which we encourage you to sign up. We'll talk about a little bit of that later. Regarding the management of our property, as you know, we are also a landlord, the City of New York. Our Division of Asset and Property Management is responsible for ensuring the longevity and affordability of units the agency has created and preserved. We don't own those. We're focused on proactively identifying at-risk buildings and portfolios to stabilize struggling and mismanaged assets. The division tracks real-time information on the physical and financial condition of properties. This tracking is used as an early warning system to detect and mitigate potential risks to buildings. Working with owners, partners, and the Office of Development, the division helps reposition projects using a variety of approaches, including financial assistance, management changes, and sometimes ownership changes. We also oversee the Tenant Interim Lease Program, which trains and assists tenant associations and city-owned buildings to develop economically self-sufficient, low-income housing cooperatives. Not to mention the important and severely underfunded portfolio of city-sponsored Mitchell-Lama developments. HPD and HDC continue to work to address the rehabilitation needs of the aging Mitchell-Lama stock and preserve the long-term affordability of all remaining city Mitchell-Lama units. And I'm nearing closing by offering an invitation to you. Even with our budget requests met, We can't win this fight without legislative changes at both the city and state levels. New York City's supply of available housing simply cannot keep up with the demand to live here, so we need your help to approve new tools and land use changes. Here at home, we need the City Council and our neighbors to help create a city of yes for housing, a set of zoning changes we can make happen at the city level to create a little more housing in every neighborhood across the city. City of Yes focuses on tailored policies to support more housing from the highest density to the lowest density areas. Taken together, these small changes will have a big impact on New Yorkers' housing needs without overburdening any one area's infrastructure or creating the dramatic change that New Yorkers often fear. Approving this citywide change to what is and isn't allowed to be built here stands as a critical step toward creating a healthier housing market. Amid this challenging landscape, we extend a heartfelt plea to each one of you and your colleagues to stand with us to pass comprehensive legislation at every level of government to help create new homes. Changes in state law would encourage new affordable housing construction to alleviate the shortage of homes and support middle and low-income families. In Albany, we must create a new affordable housing tax incentive, facilitate office conversions for affordable homes, create safe basement apartments, and remove the cap on floor area ratio to allow for the construction of more affordable homes. And in Washington, we need Congress to act with urgency and do everything in their power to provide the federal resources to tackle our growing affordable housing crisis. While we were relieved to see Congress largely spare our most critical federal housing programs from drastic cuts in the fiscal year 24 spending deal, these federal investments are vastly insufficient, obviously, to meet the affordable housing needs of New Yorkers. More must be done. First, the Senate must follow the House's lead and immediately pass the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act, which includes two critical affordable housing tax provisions that could help finance an additional 4,400 affordable homes in New York over the next 2 years alone. Also, our congressional leaders must pass fiscal year 25 spending bills with the highest levels of funding possible for the federal housing programs our city needs and depends on to continue building and maintaining our affordable housing stock. As we grapple with the economic pressures and the stark reality of a 1.4% vacancy rate, we must remember that solutions are within reach. It should come as no surprise that any New Yorker who has needed a new apartment, struggled to pay rent, or to make ends meet could tell you that there aren't enough homes here. Let's transform our experiences into a force for change. Let's champion policies that pave the way for a city where everyone, regardless of income, can find solace, stability, and a place to call home. This might be the city that never sleeps, but together we can make sure it's also a city where everyone has a safe, stable, and affordable home to lay their head at night. Thank you, and I look forward to trying to best answer your questions today.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. That was probably no offense to anyone, but that was probably the best remarks that I've heard at a budget hearing in, my little 10 years, but my 10 years in the council.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And in city government. So thank you for that very comprehensive overview. First, just a statement that is certainly just coming from me in this moment, but I know many of my colleagues on the council agree with. Here in solving the affordable housing crisis together, the council with the administration, the city with the state, and with the federal government, we must work together. And it's a yes and approach. And I often talk about it in terms of clothes. You don't walk out the door in the morning, you don't just put on your shoes and then you're like, great, let's go, right? And that's
that would
similarly.
Be interesting, yeah.
I mean, and that's similarly the kind of approach that we need to take in terms of tackling the housing crisis, one that is talking about increasing supply, using the tools that we have in the best ways that we can use them, one that is talking about protecting tenants, and of course, one that is helping New Yorkers to be able to stay and afford their homes. So first, I wanted to make that sort of position statement, And then in terms of the policies that you highlight in Albany, this council has provided resolutions in support of many of these topics: office conversions for affordable homes, basement apartments. We've introduced, although it didn't quite get to pass, I don't believe, the removing the cap on the floor area ratio. I introduced that legislation in the last cycle. And so there's a lot of alignment that I want to highlight between the council and the administration in terms of what we do need to see. And when it comes to the topic of an affordable housing tax incentive, the replacement program for 421A, I think I speak for several, if not many of my colleagues here, that we really do need to see the affordable component here and the deeply affordable component here highlighted, right? We can't just, give away taxpayer money, the public's money, in return for not the affordability levels that we need. The lowest income New Yorkers are leaving us, and so how can we shape that program to help that part of the crisis? So thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
My first question, and then I want to turn it over to my colleagues who may have schedules that don't allow them to stay as long as I will. But my first question is regarding the mayor's moonshot goal of creating 500,000 units of affordable housing, over the next decade. The state has not yet passed major housing enabling legislation, as we just highlighted. Meanwhile, the housing vacancy survey does reveal that the vacancies in New York City are at historic lows, with less than 1% of apartments renting at prices under $2,400 per month. HPD's capital budget is the key place in city funds to create this urgently needed affordable housing. And so I want to ask the question of, what are we talking about here in terms of the mayor and the administration's perspective where public dollars are involved? What share of the 500,000 units, new homes target, will be financed by HPD through the capital budget?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm glad you started your remarks and preview to your question, sort of emphasizing the notion of partnership, because I think that is clearly what it's going to take. And when I refer to that partnership in my prepared remarks, you saw there that I talked about the state and the federal government as partners in this process. If we step back a little bit and look at the whole pie, and maybe just for a moment think about the conversation that has taken place as we've been climbing out of this pandemic into a post-pandemic economy, this recovery. The governor offered a bold 800,000 for the state. New York City is the economic engine of this state and the global city in America. And so our share of that 800,000 is 500,000 units. And you could almost say it's 500,000 units at a minimum that we need to keep this economy thriving and to keep that open invitation to the world to come here and participate in the global city. So when you look at that whole pie, and there are many estimates, there was a lot of traffic and a lot of conversation around 500,000 units, and is it 400,000, is it 600,000? A ballpark 500,000 units that would allow us to keep up with population growth and stay competitive is a responsible target for our city to set, and I just want to recognize the mayor's leadership in that conversation. Our share of that 500 is a thin slice, as is our production of housing in the New York City in the normal cycle without a 500,000 unit goal. We've got 2 million apartments right now in New York City in the rent stabilized and free market universe. We've talked about the amazing vacancy rate that we're facing. If you estimate the number of units that we are able to produce just with the city resources, with subsidy, with the low-income housing tax credits that are available to us that are very limited, do about anywhere between 10 and 12,000 new construction units every year, and about 20 to 25,000 units of total new construction and preservation of existing housing. Last year we had a banner year. A lot of that production leaned on a tax incentive. Half of the new construction, just about half of the new construction numbers, the record 14,227, was a result of a public-private partnership, back to the theme of partnership. We've seen a severe drop-off in new permits for construction as a result of the sunsetting of that public-private partnership tax incentive for affordable housing. So we need to make sure that gets restored, and you kind of referred to a menu of legislation and other tools that we're trying to employ to address this crisis, whether it's commercial conversions, whether it's lifting the FAR, whether it's legalizing basements, and there's hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers that we're, guesstimating live in basements that are in dangerous conditions, that have no rights and no supports. We need to do that, but one of our most important tools is this public-private partnership. It's been the most productive public-private partnership for creating affordable housing anywhere in the country. It's a model that has been replicated in other municipalities around the country. And so the question for us this year is, can we get the leadership from the state legislature? And the signals that I hear are good signals. We were up there last week twice. I was encouraged to see some of your colleagues, members of the city council, walking the halls, asking for support for New York City, which is great. It was the Somos caucus weekend. There were members of the city council up there talking about housing. We need all of these tools to be able to produce more housing. The city of New York cannot do it alone. So we're going to need our state and federal partners to pitch in far more. And I talked a little bit about what the federal government can do to help us in that regard.
Oh, it's still on, great.
And no feedback.
No feedback, yeah.
Good.
And I wasn't whispering other things that I should have been. Thank you, Commissioner. I mean, to extrapolate and sort of simplify, but please correct me if this is not a fair summary. HPD can finance close to, well, you had a record 14,000 new construction financed in the last year, and if you extrapolate that and maybe put a little buffer, we're talking about 120,000 publicly financed affordable units out of the 500,000. Would that be fair to say?
If you do that simple math, yes. However, I would not want to attach myself to that number, because my hope is that with a new tax incentive, we get more private investment coming into more neighborhoods and high-cost areas of the city that allow New Yorkers the fair housing choice opportunities that they need, the more deeply affordable housing opportunities that they need. If we unleash the federal side of this with the low-income housing tax credit, there's that 50% test that I think everybody knows now what it is. I heard at a public meeting somebody talking about the 50% test, and it was just like a regular person from the crowd. Right now, we have an opportunity to reduce that to 30%. It's in the tax, in the bill. If we're able to do that, it's going to unleash thousands of units, at least 4,400 in the next 2-year cycle. Just multiply that over several times. We also have launched some initiatives that are yet to be tested. I think at one of your hearings, if I remember correctly, watching from a distance, we talked about the Mixed Income Market Initiative, which is a tool with no tax credits. And it's a new idea. We're looking for new ideas to build affordable housing, even without the tools that we have. We want to let the market do some of that. And that program would be a 70% affordable, 30% market. The 30% market would help to cross-subsidize the 70% affordable. So everything is on the table, and I want to be able to say that we could have a bigger share of the $500,000, but it's going to require a lot of tools and a lot of creativity.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to note that last time that 421A expired in 2017, we saw a similar phenomenon where construction starts and permit applications and all of that did grind to a halt. And as soon as the state government re-upped 421A, we saw a bounce back. So I do want to just state that as a caution to make sure that we get it right, to make sure that the policy is the right policy to deliver the affordability that we need as a city, and not just a policy that is rushing to incentivize any construction. It's right. the kind of construction we should pay for, the kind of construction that we need to see. Thank you. And so my next question is, I'm a broken record and a commissioner. You used to represent District 14, so you can particularly understand my focus on the lowest income New Yorkers. So the most recent housing vacancy survey found a 1.4% vacancy rate, but a functional zero, a functional vacancy rate of zero when it comes to the lowest rent units. And there's a highlight that families earning $25,000 or less, 90% of those, if they receive no subsidy or no other supports, are housing cost burdened. $25,000 for a family of three, that's an AMI of about 20%. Mm-hmm. And so focusing and zooming in on that AMI of 20%, can you share what the agency is doing in particular? And I asked a version of this question last week, but what is the agency doing in particular to reach the 20% of AMI households? And with respect to the tax relief, the Tax Relief for American Families and Workers Act that is considering reforms to the LIHTC program, is the city fighting for, and is our federal delegation fighting for us to be able to finance deeper levels of affordability through LIHTC than we can currently do right now?
So I think it's important, and it deserves repeating, that the lion's share of the housing that we build is for low-income households. In fact,
I'm sorry, Commissioner, when you say low-income households...
Yeah, no, I'm going to get into that.
Define,
yeah.
Please, thank you.
So better than 90% of the housing that we finance, new construction and preservation, is households 80% of AMI and below. But if you go down to 50% AMI and below, we're still, the share of the housing that we produce is still better than 2/3 dedicated to those households. And if you go down even further to 30 and 40% AMI, you're still talking about 4 out of every 10 units that we produce going to extremely low income and very low income households, which are below 50% of AMI. A large share of that is households between 0 and 30% of AMI. And then, of course, we're constantly advocating for more support for vouchers for people who have little to no income, to cover that part of the demographics of the city. And maybe First Deputy Commissioner Tigani can talk a little bit about some of the work we do at that lower end of the spectrum.
Yeah, I would just add that for our vouchers that we use to commit to our extra low, most vulnerable families, we see up to 98% of our vouchers are targeted 40% and below, which allows us to take that combination of federal tax dollars. Remember, the low-income The low-income housing tax credit benefit is actually geared to 80% and below. It allows us to drive and use capital dollars to ensure we're building our ELA projects, our extra low and low income projects. We couple that with the strength that comes from the federal subsidy to drive that down, and it allows us to go forward, and that's why you see 42% of our subsidized production serving up to 30% of AMI. You know, in addition, we have a commitment to serving those who are vulnerable and in our homeless shelters. The bill that was passed by the council that moved forward a policy that HPD had it beforehand to make sure that we were creating housing for homeless New Yorkers continues to be a very critical piece of our work. In addition to those commitments in our term sheet, we often talk to developers about volunteering more units, and we see them come to the table. We're creating more units for homeless New Yorkers. And on this part, we continue to work around the processes to speed up the placement of those New Yorkers into that housing. So our toolkit for funding is geared toward the extra low and low income housing. We couple that with the voucher support that allows us to dig deep into the 30 and 40% AMI level. And we have our homeless New Yorker set aside commitments that allow us to make sure that we're serving every portion of our vulnerable families. And again, this allows us still to continue to help middle and moderate income New Yorkers who are also feeling the crunch of the housing crisis. So we look to this as the baseline, and as the commissioner said, we're thinking about other ideas to make that even a stronger strategy.
Thank you, Commissioner and First Deputy Commissioner. And I'll just, I'll say, I'd love to see a breakout of the number of families served at 0 to 10% of AMI, 10 to 20% of AMI, layering, you know, the voucher supports and everything else that you've mentioned. And yes, always welcome partnership to get those affordability levels deeper. I now want to turn it over to Councilmember Hudson to ask her questions.
Thank you so much, Chair, and hello, Commissioner.
Aye.
About housing production, how long is HPD's new construction pipeline as measured in average time from proposal to closing or start to finish? And how long is the preservation pipeline using the same measure?
So, you know, these are startling numbers and statistics that you've heard and we all read about and talk about online, offline. It's a constant churn for us because there's anxiety about trying to get to solve the problem. With the limited resources that we have and the different factors that factor into production timelines, a project can go from anywhere to being delivered in 1 year to being delivered in excess of 5 years, and sometimes significantly more. And you know, the factors that go into that are the conditions of the site. Is it part of a rezoning? Is it is there use of low-income housing tax credits in the deal? Is it supportive housing? Are there multiple partners? Does the development team get through a review process that is pretty, you know, rigorous quickly? So it really can vary. And then there's the backdrop of the competition, which is, and we'll probably talk about this a little bit later, but there's 750 projects in the pipeline, 300 new construction and 450 preservation deals.
Sorry, 750 in the pipeline, 300 under construction?
300 new construction deals.
Okay.
And that's pretty much around today. There'll probably be more tomorrow, but...
And 450 preservation?
450 preservation deals. And every preservation deal is complicated. So our team on the preservation side, you know, has really was impacted by COVID, and we lost a lot of folks. So those deals also take time, and they're often not simple deals.
I understand firsthand. I have a number of those projects in my district, and we're certainly trying to get them closed and, you know, worked on as quickly as possible. How many not-for-profit developers work on affordable housing projects in HPD's pipeline?
So we have a pretty robust partnership with nonprofits. We've dedicated some specific programs and objectives to them as community partners, as partners who have relationships in host communities, and we consider your districts and the neighborhoods within those district host communities. We've dedicated the New York City Acquisition Fund to minority and women-owned business enterprises and nonprofits to help them acquire land. The exact number of nonprofits, maybe, Ahmed, I know you, in your work with neighborhood planning.
So we don't have the exact number of nonprofits. I will say that on our public land deals, going back at least the last 7 or 8 years, we're seeing 83% inclusion in the development partnership since we changed our rules to require that every public site that's designated includes MWB or nonprofit. We've seen, obviously we have 100% compliance with that. Additionally, we're working not only with the nonprofits individually, in our new construction, we have our supportive housing RFQ where we're lifting up and highlighting those partners to make sure they're ensuring we have good partners on our supportive housing projects. I think we're also working with groups like the Joe that maximize the efficiency and power of nonprofits. And so between setting up the acquisition fund to put them in a stronger position, using our public land to make sure that they have a committed seat at the table, plus continuing to work with them on new models that enhance their work on with the Joe or looking at CLTs. There are a lot of different ways that we're trying to increase their participation as
Copy. Sorry, I have several questions, so I want to try to make sure I can get through them. Regarding ANCP, may I continue? Thank you. ANCP and TIL, I have one TIL building in my district. I know there are plenty other TIL and ANCP buildings across the city. But how many ANCP projects does the fiscal 24 through 28 capital commitment plan support, and what projects are closing next in the pipeline?
So I'll give a little context, and maybe we can have somebody fill in the blanks on the details. And we do have our Deputy Commissioner for Development here, who's got her finger on the pulse daily. So Kim Darga might want to join us here. Thank you, Kim. I just want to say about ANCP, when I walked in the door 26 and a half months ago, and I heard about where we were, I'll spare you the expletives, but I went, in the 1980s, I worked on a TIL building in Williamsburg as a graduate student. You would think that by now we would have completed these deals.
Right.
We've done a lot. We'll get you the numbers. We've done a lot. There are about 78 remaining deals, but we're starting to see the closings happen. I think what I made it my mission, and we made it our mission as an agency, to educate the public and educate you, the members of the City Council, about the efficacy of this home ownership opportunity for folks, and that there was a lot of misinformation that was being bandied about this program. To the people who have closed on those deals, they're very happy and they're encouraged, and they're now homeowners, and now they're essentially ambassadors for the program because it works. Where in God's good earth are you going to get an apartment in New York City for $2,500 and own it? And if you are below 80% of AMI, you'll get it for $250 as originally intended. Nowhere. It's absurd that this is not seen as a fantastic thing that should be hurried up and closed. And so we're doing that. Details from the Deputy Commissioner.
Sorry, before you answer, let me swear you in.
Oh, they have to swear you in first.
Please raise your right hand. Yes. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you. I think the commissioner pretty much covered it. We actually did some pretty substantial programmatic changes last year. We were seeing some concerns by residents about the program terms, concern about private debt. And so we've modified some of those program terms to address those issues. And we also had a lot of staffing changes over the last couple of years that slowed things down. So we have 75 buildings remaining. And we are hoping now that we have mostly rebuilt the team and that we have modified the terms that we'll be able to make some good progress. We are trying at this point in time to prioritize the projects or the buildings where residents have been relocated the longest so that they can get back to their buildings quicker.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm just going to skip to some other questions in the interest of time, but how much funding does the administration currently anticipate allocating to the neighborhood pillars and open door programs?
You want to handle that? Yeah, our Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration.
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So for the open door program in our capital budget right now, we have, over the 10-year capital plan, we have about $474 million in capital budget for the open door program. For Pillar, we don't have any active program and active projects under Pillar yet, but that's something we are still in conversations about and looking to relaunch that program.
And sorry, you said that was across which fiscal years?
Oh, so over the 10-year plan from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 33.
Okay, the Neighborhood Pillars program has been put on the back burner and has preserved less than 400 units since it launched in December 2018. Are there plans to scale up this program?
So we're in conversations right now and looking to relaunch this program. We don't have details on that yet, but details will be forthcoming.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hudson. I'd just like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmembers Brewer, Ressler, and Felice. And next, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Brewer for questions, followed by Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you very much. Just picking up on the till question, because, you know, I spent some time on that in the past. So how do you make sure as you go through this that the individuals who are buying it for $2,500 or $250 aren't going to get stuck with a big mortgage? How has that not been true in terms of the ones that have been converted? Because you have to deal with, you know, the mortgage is going to be for the construction, and, you know, whatever else gets, you got perhaps a private mortgage and perhaps a HPD. And how does that keep the maintenance down in the future?
Thank you,
That's what people are concerned about, and that's why they're not moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And I know you've been advocating on this for a long time. The commitment, the structure of the deals is to maintain affordability, especially for the original shareholders who come in under that notion. These are math problems like any other real estate deal, right? They have to work. And so the deals are structured in a way where the buildings can assume to have income to cover all the costs for debt service and operating costs. So that's the underlying assumption. That's the structure of the deal. And it maintains that integrity throughout its life.
Okay, I mean, without getting into all the details, a lot of people don't agree with that, and so you're going to still continue to have these challenges, and the vacant apartments get sold for a higher amount to be able to deal with the original. But in my opinion, when you go down that road, you're going to end up with, in the end, a non-affordable future housing stock. I'm just saying, so at least in Manhattan, because the higher, I mean, I'm shocked at who's buying some of these vacant units. You know, brokers are moving them, not individuals who need them. So I think you need to relook at this till issue. I'm just saying.
And as you heard Deputy Commissioner Darga say, you know, we addressed some of those core issues so that we can ensure affordability long-term for the shareholders.
We'll see what Alicia thinks of it. Palente, not happy still. Okay.
Well, I'm going to say it for the record, and I'll poke the lion. They have advanced misinformation about this program.
Okay.
We are trying to counter-educate and counter-inform and deal with that misinformation.
Number two is just 7A. What's the status of that program now? Because I know you have some, it plays a role, but the reason I ask is how many still in effect? You do have quite a few buildings that I think maybe that were on the list that the public advocate puts out every year where it could be used. I just was wondering the status and just AEP in general.
So on AEP, you know, we select the 250 buildings
Right. That was my law.
as
I
you
know.
guys directed, right? The most distressed buildings citywide each
Yep.
year. This last 17th round
Right?
was just released at the end of January. We have 250 buildings, more than 7,600 units. Most apartments ever included in a single round, which is about a 35% increase from 4,900 in the past. 53,000 violations they address. Almost 16,000 of them are Class C violations, which are health, life, and safety,
Yep.
the most important ones. There's about $3.6 million owed in emergency repair-related arrears by some of these buildings, and 42 are in litigation, were in litigation prior to being selected for the program. So, you know, it's aggressive, it continues to be aggressive, it's important for our administration.
And then this is my non-knowledge, but so they are run by you, by an administrator? When the AP kicks in, who runs those buildings? Who's the management? When do you take them over? Does the 7A take them over? How does that work?
So the 7A is a separate program? I don't know.
Separate program, yeah.
Yeah, is the Deputy Commissioner for Enforcement is here, maybe she can help. We have Anne Marie Santiago, who everybody knows, she's a regular.
Everybody knows her.
She's got a greatest hits for city council hearings.
Please raise your right
Be
hand.
sworn in, obviously.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before the committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. So yes, as the Commissioner started to say, AEP and 7A are two separate
I know,
programs.
I know.
In AEP, the owner continues to own the building
Okay.
and manage the building day to day. The difference in 7A is the owner still does own the building, but a 7A administrator is appointed for the day-to-day management and to do the major repairs.
And how many 7As do you have now, do you think?
So we have about 27, I believe, active 7As, or 24 active 7As.
Okay.
And we have many in progress. As you probably know, it takes a long time going through the courts
Yep.
to get the appointment, so we do have more than 20 active cases right now.
And in terms of the AP, how long does it take? I mean, maybe there's no average, but to get the building, you know, back in track, so that I guess you pull out of it and the owner stays, how long does that take? That's a lot of units, 7,600.
That is the most units we've ever had, council member, and it is
How do
going to be
you-
a challenge for us this year. Historically speaking, about 50% of the buildings get out within the first 4 months. If you recall in AEP, there's an incentive of inspection fees that starts kicking in after a certain period of time, and about half of the buildings get themselves discharged. They address all the violations, or 80% of the violations. There is a criteria for discharge. They have to be registered, they have to pay their fees, and the other half stay in the program past that, at which point, as I mentioned, they get fees imposed, they have an order to do larger types of corrective action. So this round, we're going to have to wait and see. There are a lot of challenging buildings in this
Are
round.
there vacancies that could be used for those who are unhoused? Is that something that is part of this program, or are they mostly completely tenanted?
Again, in AEP, the owner still owns the property and handles any vacancies associated with that.
So you couldn't put in some stipulation that in addition to the fines that you're not paying because you haven't fixed it, you know, you could also be mandated to house people who are unhoused?
I don't know of any current enforcement programs that have that type of stipulation, council member, but certainly we can take your question back.
Okay. Now, the other thing, we have disagreements in this room, but Mitchell Lamas, Article 2 to 11, I am not for the Cadman Plaza proposal. I am not for that change, which I know HPD likes, but I'm worried about the Mitchell-Lama program staying as is in order to continue for the future. What's your stance on that?
So the Mitchell-Lama program is one of the most successful historically, and we're committed to supporting it.
Okay.
We've got 93 developments.
Yeah.
I think it's about 47,000 households, about 85,000 New Yorkers that live in it. 2/3 of the Mitchell-Lamas are co-ops, as you know.
Yep.
So
Want to keep them like that, though. They love, in some cases, to go out of the program.
yes, we definitely want to keep affordability and affordable home ownership and the original intent of the program. And I'll just say that I was encouraged today to see the conversation shifting up in the Senate.
Right,
in
I
New
saw
York
that.
State
They
Senate.
want to build Mitchell-Lama 2.0 on state land.
Yes, and I think that would be helpful, and it would speak back to what the chair started the hearing earlier on, which is how do we get to 500,000 units? Every tool, including a Mitchell-Lama 2.0, we would be certainly interested in hearing what the state has to say. Obviously, we need more detail, but it was very encouraging to see that today.
Okay, Wards Island, you know where Wards Island is.
I certainly do.
Okay, that's city and state. We could have Mitchell-Lama 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, I don't care. That entire island could be housing, but it has
Lama
to,
on steroids over there.
yes.
Yeah.
I have legislation to say, do that, just so you know. I think that would be the only land left in the borough of Manhattan, and it would be a great, along with the hospital and other, I know there are issues, I know what's there, the fire department, Help USA, et cetera. But that's something to think about. You have big pictures, that's a big picture.
We welcome the opportunity to discuss those ideas.
Okay, and my last proposal, what about Harborview? 124 units, ¿Qué pasa?
So on Harborview, we are working with NYCHA on their larger development plan. This is one of their considerations. They are working through different projects. We understand it's a priority for you, and we've talked to them about working to get back to you with an answer.
He and I have had the same conversation for 20 years. I just want to let everybody know. Thank you.
And let me just say, Madam Chair, on any individual district-specific projects, we welcome the opportunity to host members at the office, to go to the district. Many members, I've walked through the streets of your district already with you, or hosted briefing sessions at our office. We roll out the maps, we roll out the tables, we look at where the opportunities are, where the trouble is. We're taking a very, proactive, hands-on approach to working with you all.
Harborview.
Harborview, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer, I think that was somewhat support for the Wards Island proposal. Was it?
So. State land.
State land. Thank you, Commissioner. I'd now like to turn it over to Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you. I think you did the same thing earlier.
Lost track of time.
We lose track. I got so excited when Councilmember Brewer brought up Mitchell-Lamas that I lost track of time. So I'm looking at I want to talk a little bit about Mitchell-Lamas and then my other favorite subject, bedrooms. I'm looking at the mayor's, the management report, and it says preservation, starts and preservation, completions, and affordable units. Mm-hmm. Are your Mitchell-Lama apartments ones that you consider when you consider your portfolio of affordable housing?
Yes.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about what you mean by preservation of those units?
So whenever a project that has a history with us, a Mitchell-Lama, obviously 93 of those developments in New York City do. There are state Mitchell-Lamas as well. Whenever they get to a critical point where they need to refinance, where they need the famous rent increases that they ask for, by the way, FYI, because they need to keep up with costs. Whenever their financing sunsets and they are looking to make improvements into the future and remortgage those improvements and that modernization, they often come to us, and we participate in the preservation deals as a lender and often as an equity capital
But
subsidy
it's
partner.
solely financial, though, is when
Yes.
you say preserve affordable units, you're talking about financial.
And on the renter side, we enter into regulatory agreements, anybody correct me if I'm wrong, to keep some of those, the rent units affordable.
So I just want to talk about that, the keep affordability.
Yep.
Because that's a phrase you use, and preserving affordable units doesn't just mean the existence of units deemed affordable. We've been through this before at hearings. When one of my rental units, Tracy Towers, is facing 22% rent increases, and Cannon Heights in my district, 44% to 70%, depending on the maintenance that you're looking at, that to me does not indicate affordability. Those units still exist. But on top of that, the conditions of the building are almost unlivable. At Tracy Towers, they have always had one broken elevator that when one gets fixed, another breaks. There are holes in the ceiling, as I've mentioned before. It took them months to get the batteries changed in the smoke detector in their community room, which I would think, given the fire situation, that would be a basic thing. And so have any more efforts been made to preserve not just the existence of units you deem affordable, but the actual affordability of these units with better financing, loans, cash infusion into the investments into our affordable housing?
Let me just say, frame this a little bit. I want to pass it over to the First Deputy Commissioner to give a little more texture, but the rents in Mitchell-Lamas are affordable rents by almost any standard. The reason that some of these large increases happen is because of delayed increases in rent.
So,
Or
sorry, so I just have to pause there because that may be partially true, but that's also a different answer than was given to us, which is that insurance costs.
Well, no, I was gonna
Okay.
put some more onto that, right?
Jump the gun there.
The cost of insurance has exploded. In your district in particular, one development went from an insurance premium of $200,000 a year to an annual insurance premium of $900,000 a year in 1 year. Which raises a whole other issue about insurance costs in the insurance industry and what we ought to be doing to deal with that. And we look forward to coming back outside of a fiscal year 25 budget hearing and thinking out loud with you about that. But the costs have gone up. The income in these Mitchell-Lama developments has not increased. And there's been often a refusal to accept increases. And then when the development does come to us, the ask is so large for the catch-up that it shocks. It's really sticker shock. But Ahmed, do you want to add anything to that?
Very quickly, I'll say, when we're talking about preservation, it's not simply financial in terms, right? We are using housing choice federal vouchers in order to keep people in place. We're dealing with the distress that comes from either legal mandates, sustainability, energy, proactive changes. So we have green energy term sheets that they can put on top of other preservation term sheets in order to not only bring in dollars to repair the buildings, but extend the affordability so we continue those affordable homes. We are also looking at ways that housing supervision can help if there are other costs. We are often working closely with the property management or the boards as they have inquiries from the outside to figure out how the government can help them triangulate those issues, whether it's utility costs, whether it is mandates or requirements from other agencies. We provide a technical resource as a partner to those boards and the property management. So we're thinking about how we can talk them through and work through mandates.
So I want to pause. I know a lot of work's done, but this in particular, these buildings have been going on years, and it is wonderful to hear that you want to sit down and talk about insurance, for example. But this was something I've been raising for years, and you are a city agency. I mean, if insurance is an issue, this is something that I've been speaking to HPD about for years, and there's no reason why those conversations shouldn't have been happening years ago as we started to see increases in insurance.
And
the result is, and as many programs as you say exist, we have issues accessing those programs. SCREE was one of the programs you said, well, just sign up for SCREE, which you know only serves a few people, a handful of people.
Thank you for what you did, by the way, on SCREE.
Thank you for saying that, but there was resistance to doing that, trying to streamline that in the recent law that we passed.
Sir, just
yeah,
real
please.
quick. On the insurance piece, we actually, just to be clear, we are actively talking and meeting on it. We're working with partners in the private sector, especially in the affordable housing sector, who have recently thought about ideas in which the city and the state can partner with them. The governor just recently announced legislation to look at this from a discriminatory practice perspective with the Department of Financial Services. We're looking at both legislation, thinking about this as an area that we can put more pressure on insurance companies to put fair prices. We're looking at captives on the local level and whether the city or state can have a role to help move other options that are more affordable. And then on the SCREE bill, again, I want to echo the commissioner, we're grateful for your partnership. I think we had questions about implementation and how to make that happen in a way that would be streamlined and not create confusion or any issues with implementation. But again, we are committed to making sure that it's seamless and streamless. That's not a word. That's not even a word.
It is a word now. You're under oath. You have to speak only the truth. It's a word now.
Thank you. But we are committed to making sure that the partnership and the ideas laid out in the bill gets done.
I have to, for the record, say that we have been, just to echo a little bit, we have been working on this issue for years. But it exploded in the last few years to the point where developments are coming to us and saying, we're choking on insurance costs, we're going to have to refinance. So that cost is out of control, and it's going to require us at the city level, along with you as a partner, and the state to do something about it, and the partnership with the private sector, because there are tools that can be created, responses that can be created to bring the cost down.
I will have my office reach out. I would love updates on that because it is a huge issue for a lot. And I'll just, one more quick question. I'm looking at the mayor's management report again. I think only the people in this room talk about units. Most people talk about apartments, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. I don't see listed here the data on how many studio 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3, 4 were constructed in the past, in the fiscal year and last fiscal year.
We can break that down for you. We've got new construction program starts going back to 2014 up until today. In each of our programs, typical unit spread, is well known, but I think we can probably provide that information to you.
Right. Yeah. The typical unit spread is like 70% studio 1 bedrooms. In the past, you have said the 1 bedroom, the studios are flying off the shelves.
I've said that.
You did. You did. Well,
ones
I don't
and
want to
twos.
shout you out, but yeah.
Ones and twos.
So the construction of 2s are very low. We have not been, or I have not been provided with the that survey data specific to local community boards, because as I mentioned, I have examples where we have buildings going up that are going to be 70% studio and 1 bedrooms going up right next to a school, across the street from a playground, and down the block from a family shelter, which I think common sense would indicate that's a perfect area to have 2 and 3 bedroom apartments for families. So if you would please share the district level survey data with me, I would appreciate that. I will take no more time. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dinowitz. I just want to follow up on your question about insurance and First Deputy, your response about captives. I've been approached as chair of this committee to ask the agency if you will be collaborating with affordable housers that are trying to work together to create a captive in order to address the insurance costs issue in the city of New York. And in particular, might as well name them Milford Street Association.
We are in active discussions. We need to respond. This is a cost crisis for many, many, many buildings, residential buildings across the city. There's a lot of layers here. I think, there's a potential redlining that's occurring that we're going to have to look at as a city. And I'm not taking a position as HPD commissioner on this. I'm just saying, I'm stating the obvious. I've seen redlining, and I know what it is, and you know it when you see it.
Yep.
And so we're very animated about this and very interested in.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, and it's an issue that we're seeing in affordable housing and just home residential insurance rates, but we're also seeing it in the vehicle market as well.
Commercial.
And just to ask a clarifying question, is the agency in discussion with multiple entities about different captives?
I mean, we know of one discussion that Richard Ravitch was chairing the group. I know that there's interest, obviously, among the development community and the owners of residential real estate. We're certainly interested, so welcome ideas, and new players.
Thank you, Commissioner, and just want to emphasize my colleagues' perspective that we should definitely be pursuing these opportunities and broadening them to the full scale of need. So not just HPD financed buildings and homes, but everything that we can to keep the homes affordable in the city of New York. Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Sanchez. Really appreciate how tremendous a job you do leading this committee. I do want to just echo Councilmember Dinowitz and the chair's concerns about the increased insurance costs. This is something that I'm hearing from many constituents about, and we really want to see action and intervention to help address this. Before jumping into some questions, I'll just say some nice things, despite the presence of the first deputy commissioner.
Thank you, council member.
I think we're on our way to a really good solution at Bedford Gardens, which was a very scary situation, and I want to thank you and your team for helping us get there. The landlord had proposed a 70% rent increase, and we've been able to, so far, avoid any rent increase for the tenants who are on the precipice of securing Section 8 vouchers, and we'll do everything we can to facilitate enrollment there. Secondly, we're closing in this fiscal year on a major loan for Cadman Plaza North, 140 Cadman Plaza West, one of our Mitchell-Lamas, and we're excited for that to be as bold and ambitious a loan as it can be to not only preserve affordability, but also help the building reach some of its urgent sustainability goals. So thank you for working us on both of those fronts. I don't want to be premature in giving you credit on Cadman Plaza North until we're done, but I'm hopeful that we're moving in a good direction. I do want to flag some areas of concern, though, because there was a but coming. When we looked at the PMMR, units started for homeless individuals and families year over year down 65%. Supportive units started down 90%. Units completed for homeless individuals and families down 43%. Supportive units completed down 58% year over year. This is our homeless housing and supportive housing that is the biggest priority of the agency to make sure that we're meeting the needs of people who we need to move out of the shelter system. I recognize that it's the full year stats that matter, but just want to give you the chance. Are you confident you'll be able to turn around each and every one of those data points around supportive housing and homeless housing units started and units completed this fiscal year to meet last year's goals?
So, I'm glad you mentioned, council member, and thank you for your partnership on Cadman North and West and Bedford Gardens. But I'm glad you mentioned sort of the full year number because, there's a rhythm and a pace to this that has to be taken into consideration. I started in my testimony, the chair offered it in her opening remarks. We had a banner year. We had a record calendar year for new construction starts, and for homeless housing units, and for supportive housing. So the administration remains committed to the goals that we've set, and we remain committed to the supportive housing in 1515, and we've accelerated as you know, the deadline on that. The commitment remains in terms of the total number. We are looking to continue to be creative in getting there. So there is no straying from the target, and it's really about the pace. I don't know if Ahmed, you might want to add a little bit to a little bit color to this, or Kim, in terms of Kim has already been sworn in, so take it away.
Hello. So PMMR is actually not a cycle for us that provides really meaningful information, because most of our housing production happens at certain points in time in the year. So November, December, May, and June. And as the commissioner said, I mean, we have done a lot in the last couple of years to be able to increase production for homeless households, to be able to increase our supportive housing production, and those trends that we saw last year in both the fiscal year and the calendar year production, we expect to continue this year.
So I totally appreciate the closings come end of the calendar year, end of the fiscal year, but those are significant declines for the first 4 months of the year that are concerning. You're confident we're going to hit last year's numbers on homeless housing and on supportive housing that were in the PMMR?
Yeah, again, July through October is just not a point
No,
of
I
the year
get it,
where
but we're now
there's...
9 months into the fiscal year, so you have a much better
Right.
sense of where we are. So
So-
I'm just trying to get an understanding. I have the PMMR data to look at, and I'm trying to use
Yeah.
this moment to understand
So
how
we
big an issue
expect
have.
the larger trends of upward production of homeless units and supportive housing units to continue.
Okay. Chair, do you mind if I do just one more brief? Thank you. I'm just following up on Councilmember Hudson's questions around open doors and neighborhood pillars. As you probably saw, the Progressive Caucus, Controller Lander, Public Advocate Williams, others, non-Progressive Caucus members, it was a real party, just announced, our homes, our future, or I don't know, pre-arena, what are we calling it, Chair Sanchez? I don't know.
Homes now, homes for generations.
Thank you. This was her idea. It's very good. I like it. Really focusing on restoring and expanding open doors and neighborhood pillars. So just to clarify, for open doors, it's $407 million that you funded over the next 5 fiscal years, FY24 to FY28, yes or no?
No, so that so council member, the figure of 474 million is over the 10-year plan.
Over the 10-year plan. Yeah. And if the council was successful in securing $2 billion in funding over the next 4 fiscal years for open doors and neighborhood pillars, A, would HPD be appreciative and supportive of this infusion of resources? And B, could you execute on that kind of major investment in the work of your agency to build more new, affordable homeownership opportunities through open doors and through neighborhood pillars, actually get bad landlords out of operation in New York City and bring in high-quality nonprofits to take over the housing stock?
So, I was walking over to the steps earlier today for a different reason and doing an interview about our arrest warrant for this slumlord.
Congrats again on that.
Yeah, thank you. And and I saw this crowd on the steps, and I heard about what they were proposing. I heard that it was being organized over the end of last week into the weekend, and frankly, I was very encouraged by the fact that so many groups and interested parties want to talk about bigger investments in affordable housing and home ownership. I think that that's the right direction, to be giving more resources to those efforts. So we welcome the conversation. I have to say, as a guardian of the responsibility of this agency, the lion's share, the greatest need in New York City is for affordable rental housing. Families are just choking. I mean, the number of applicants that we get for our affordable housing units, you've heard it from previous testimony, it's in the tens of thousands of people that are applying to every deal, every new project. So, given that need, we have targeted most of our work, frankly, to low-income New Yorkers. Better than 90% of the housing that we produce goes to households that are considered low-income by the federal standard, but 2/3 are below 50% AMI, and about almost 40% are 0 to 30% AMI. So that's the essence of our work. And then we have, do we want to promote homeownership? Absolutely, yes. Are we committed to doing it? Yes. But we have to also be responsible to the overwhelming
no, look,
need.
I completely understand that majority of renters in New York City are rent burdened. A third of New York City renters are paying majority of their income in rent. I think that's a majority of residents of districts like our chair. I get it. We also have no access to affordable homeownership in New York City except for a couple out of the 51 council districts. So that's a reality that we've unfortunately come to experience in New York City. So that's why we want to create those pathways. We also want to get the worst slumlords out of operation in New York City. I appreciate your warmth and interest in receiving a major new investment in these areas. I hope that you take it as a positive indicator that the council and the controller and public advocate are putting forward a plan that leans into existing HPD programs that are underutilized and not properly invested in by this mayor. But if we were to allocate $2 billion over the next 4 years, could HPD spend that money effectively and make a major difference in addressing some of the affordable housing challenges that we have?
We welcome additional resources.
Right.
And
I will take that as a yes.
And we can execute. You obviously saw it in the last cycle. And let me just say, to sort of tip my hat to some of the work that we're doing and some advocacy groups are doing with us, the community land trust initiatives that are going on around the city. These are opportunities that have sort of been on the burner already that we're working on. So.
And that's why I hope you'll embrace my bill, Public Land for Public Good, so that we ensure that when city property is getting redeveloped, it's going to nonprofit affordable housing developers, including CLTs. But with that, Chair, I will defer back to you. Thank you very much, Commissioner and team.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ressler. I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Aviles and turn over the mic to Councilmember Feliz.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Sanchez, and thank you, Councilmember Ressler, for setting the stage about questions related to home ownership. And great to see you, Commissioner, and everyone at HPD. I feel like we're having a weekly conversation at this point, right?
Yes, we are.
Yep, so my questions relate to home ownership programs in our city. As a lifelong New Yorker, I've seen so many families work hard to move up the economic ladder. And when people move up the economic ladder, they think about owning a home. Everyone thinks about owning a home. That's usually people's goals. And as a lifelong New Yorker, I saw many friends become professionals, teachers, lawyers, doctors, and after becoming professionals, we lost them. We lost them to another city or another state, and et cetera. Why? Again, because we didn't provide them with the opportunity to purchase a home in the community that they've always called their home. So a few questions on that. We have the Open Door program, which focuses on creating home ownership, affordable home ownership. So how many units of housing have we built under the Open Door program in the last 2 years? And also, can you give a breakdown of the amount of units per borough?
So let me, do you have those numbers handy, Mr. Tigani? Because
Yes. So produced in calendar year 23 is 177, and we have 474 million over the 10-year plan has been mentioned. I think it's important to say, because as you pointed out, access to homeownership is the main question here. We talked earlier about the ANCP program. That in itself is a $613 million dollar commitment over the 10-year plan. We've talked about the 78 buildings in place that will, in the future, offer very affordable homeownership opportunities for New Yorkers. Additionally, we have naturally occurring homeownership opportunities in the HDFCs in all our boroughs. And making sure people have an opportunity with down payment assistance has been a big piece. It's the reason why we've invested so much to go from $40,000 to $100,000 in down payment assistance. It's the reason why we expanded the parameters to include middle and moderate families. In addition to putting our public sites up, where we have hundreds of units in the pipeline, some in your district as well, and including the other boroughs, we need to make sure that there is an ability for homeowners to go after homeownership opportunities in other ways. Down payment assistance is a very effective, from a cost perspective, way of us achieving that, and the mayor had committed to expanding that, and now we're well on our way to doing that through the down payment assistance program.
So 177 units in the last year. Can you give a breakdown by borough?
I don't have that with me, but we will
can
look for
provide
those numbers, yes.
Yeah, we can provide that for you.
Okay, yeah, if you could send that information over after the hearing, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Also, all of us have had a lot of conversations about this topic, but if I'm correct, in the last few years, we haven't built one single homeownership unit in my district, in District 15. And my district is ground zero for the issue of lack of homeownership. We have one of the lowest homeownership rates in the entire city. So just curious, why have we not built homeownership in this part of the Bronx? What are obstacles that you've faced when building or trying to build in this area?
Well, I will say that, and we recently had a time together in your district. It was probably the coldest day of the year that we met. And you've presented some sites that are interesting possibilities. And I know that at the end of that discussion, we left off that we would continue to look at your district map and identify new opportunities. The sites that drive our investments, the lion's share of the work that we do is driven by privately owned sites and private applications. And then we have the opportunity to issue requests for proposals for public sites where we've incorporated throughout the city the ask in different parts of the city, based on a local member's advocacy, based on the local market conditions, based on the appetite. So I'm not certain about the history of sites in your district that have come before us. I don't know if, Ahmed, we have some public sites there?
We do. I know that we have two sites that we're working on in your district, one of which is with a CLT that I think is known to your office.
Yeah.
And we can meet with you after to continue going over the details, but those are in our pipeline and they're important to us. And we have other public sites where we're doing open door across the city.
Okay, Chair, if I could just ask one more question.
Sure.
Yep, so 177 units in 1 year. That number is extremely low. 177 units, affordable co-ops or homeownership opportunities in an entire city, in an entire year. That number is extremely low. So just wondering, are there any modifications, any way that we could modify the Open Door program to make building affordable homeownership a little bit easier?
Let me go back to a comment I made during the time back and forth with Councilmember Essler, and add just a point of information for you. For every one homeownership, the homeownership program is the most expensive program we run. The subsidy is unbelievable. For every one homeownership unit that we can produce, for every one homeownership unit that we produce, we can produce 2 rental units for 2 families, for 2 households. And again, the lion's share of the need in our city is for renter households, workforce housing, housing for low-income families. So just as a backdrop for this discussion, and we welcome, talking about how we best invest in homeownership going forward.
Okay.
The only thing I'll add, sir, is that we also work with the state on this. So again, I've mentioned our down payment assistance program. The state has a down payment assistance program. They also have the Affordable Housing Opportunity Program, which we leverage and work with them to expand homeownership opportunities. Just in Queens, with the Creedmoor proposal, there are hundreds of affordable housing homeownership opportunities leveraged there. So I will take a step back and say that the open door term sheet did go through changes recently so that we can continue to use it. So hopefully built on those changes, they'll be more successful. And between the state and the city, more resources are coming for homeownership, including keeping people in their homes. So I'll just plug Home First, which is a term sheet to allow for repairs and geared towards seniors. Home Fix. For repairs and geared toward low-income families and seniors in their homes.
All right, thank you. No more questions, but just want to emphasize, we want to see results on this issue. We need to give this issue additional time, attention, and energy. We appreciate all the conversations that we've had about this, but we want to see results on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Feliz. So I think that, oh, nope, does not wrap up my council member questions. I'd now like to turn it over to Councilmember Aviles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you to the HPD team for being here. I may have missed this question, so forgive me, but in terms of the Home First program, what's the total amount of investment that's been made in that program?
In terms of the budget?
Yeah.
Or the, okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. So for our Home First Down Payment Assistance program, we have on the capital. So on the capital side, we have the $5 million across the 5-year plan, $5 million per year. So about $25 million across the 5-year plan. That it was originally an expense budget. It was in our tax levy expense budget that we're now going to be using capital dollars for. That's for the new program that the commissioner mentioned about for homeowners who earn over 80% of AMI, between 80% to 120% AMI. As far as the original program for owners, for first-time owners under 80% AMI, we use our federal home dollars for that program, and we budgeted about $20 million set aside in home dollars for that program over multiple fiscal years. On average, you spend about $5 million or so per year on that program, $5 to $8 million a year. But we can give more information on that later if you need a follow-up breakdown.
No, thank you. We'd like that. Unfortunately, I come from a district where there is no real affordable development nor home ownership opportunities. Everything seems unfortunately out of reach. So we spend a lot of time around enforcement. So I want to ask a little bit about enforcement. How much money does HPD recover for each building that requires an intervention? And obviously not each building, but in total, what has HPD been able to recover on enforcement activities like emergency repairs or the open market work orders?
So let me call on the Deputy Commissioner for Enforcement to talk a little bit about that in terms of some texture. But and I'm sure you heard about the news today about this slumlord that's going to jail for some time for abusing New Yorkers. Got hit with a $3 million penalty, and we have a suite of programs that go after them. And so I'd like Deputy Commissioner Anne Marie Santiago to talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Councilmember, for your question. Excuse me. A couple of hearings ago, we did provide detail to the chair regarding collections. Generally speaking, obviously the further back you look, the better our collections are. Property owners are billed, as you probably know, through the Department of Finance for our emergency repair, alternative enforcement program type fees and charges. And the tax lien sale program that is not currently in place certainly was a help to us in terms of encouraging property owners to pay those charges and fees. So we can once again refresh that data. We work with our partners at the Department of Finance to report collections.
I guess we'll refresh back. How much, why are there no PMMR targets for the Alternative Enforcement Program and the Underlying Conditions Program, or 7A?
I'm sorry, what's the question, Councilwoman?
Why are there no PMMR targets for the Alternative Enforcement Program or the 7A program?
So those programs bring in, as you know, different, the 7A program brings in different numbers of buildings depending on our success in housing court or tenant success in housing court. So it's difficult to predict how many buildings and units are even in the program. I think similar to AEP, as the commissioner referenced earlier, this is the largest number of units we have ever included in AEP this year, starting January 31st. And so again, the numbers will fluctuate based on how many units are selected for the program. For AEP, it's 250 buildings every year. That is a set number. But the buildings this year are much larger in general, and so to set a target isn't clear when that number of units can fluctuate from cycle to cycle.
Sure, and are we seeing, with the 250 buildings, are we seeing adequate remedy, and what average amount of time?
Again, as was asked by Councilmember Brewer, it's a little bit of a difference for how quickly things are resolved. Historically speaking, about half of the buildings resolve the required number of violations for discharge in about 4 months, which is the first initial period for the Alternative Enforcement Program. After that, the penalties, the inspection fees are significant, and so we do see a lot of buildings attempt to get out of that program within 4 months. The time varies. We have seen the buildings that stay in the program the longest are the smallest buildings.
And how long are they allowed to stay in that program before we move forward with affirmative action?
The buildings can stay in the program for quite some time. And again,
I have a
it's
few
the
of those.
smaller, yes, it's the smaller buildings that really face a lot of challenges in terms of being able to pay the emergency repair charges that's required for discharge, doing the violation correction. As you know, the Alternative Enforcement Program does address systemic issues in buildings, right? And we consistently respond and do emergency repair as necessary. We do move some of those buildings through the 7A program as well.
Thank you. In terms of I'm sorry, I lost my questions. In terms of what is the budgeted and actual head count amongst HPD staff working to ensure fire door safety?
So we have, and I would defer to the Deputy Commissioner to talk about the budget overall. There is no budget dedicated specifically to fire door safety. That is part of our total package, right? So all inspectors are looking for fire safety. Our emergency repair program is committed to doing the fire safety repairs as necessary, specifically for the self-closing doors. It's not a standalone program that I can pull out that number.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Aviles, and thank you to all of my colleagues who have joined and asked really great questions so that I didn't have to. Thank you. I want to turn it over to Councilmember Brewer, and then I'll ask a few concluding questions. We have DOB waiting for their turn.
Thank you very quickly. So when I asked IBO, they did a study of uncollected money. It was $2.1 billion. And I then go to Oath, and Oath says that, you know, when they can't collect something, somebody gets a judgment, and then it goes, I assume, like you mentioned, 3.6 on the AEP as an example of what's not or what's assessed. Mm-hmm. So my question is, and then I think it goes to finance, because finance is then supposed to collect. But do you have any sense of or maybe that's just finance, of how much is owed to HPD? Because some of these owners, I don't know if they ever pay. Do you have any sense of that, or that's just finance?
So it's finance. So we haven't received a report for a while because of a glitch, but we are working with them to get the latest report, and we'll be happy to share as soon as we have.
Can you share that with the chair when you get it?
We'll do.
And that would be like for the last year, 2 years, what kind of time period are you looking at?
Over the last 2 or 3 years or so.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. I want to follow up on the arrest that was made this morning. So you highlighted in your testimony and several times in your questions the arrest of landlord Daniel Ohebshalom?
Yep.
Don't know how to say that.
Hard name.
For neglecting, I mean, this is criminal neglect. But I want to understand, and I want, for the benefit of the public, we want to understand the mechanism. Was this in relation to the actual violations of the building, or was it just for contempt of court not showing up?
So he has a long history of being a bad landlord. Yeah, he has a long history of being a horrible landlord. The 2 buildings in Washington Heights together had 700 violations. And these are modest size apartment, typical apartment buildings in typical Washington Heights apartment buildings. And he's got a extensive portfolio. So we have been going after this guy for some time, and the deputy commissioner can talk a little bit about the details of how that took place and how we got to this point. But I will say this should serve as a warning to bad owners, and it should also serve as a call to tenants as well to know that, the city is looking out for you. The last guy we did this to, we collected millions of dollars and put in jail, was just at the end of 2022. Another bad guy on Hunts Point Avenue in the Bronx. We're going to continue very aggressively pursuing these bad landlords. My hope is that this message really is strong enough so that folks will see that this is really a disincentive. And this is a family that's been doing residential real estate in New York for a long time. They should be ashamed of themselves. So, Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilmember. So this is a civil arrest warrant. And this was, as the Commissioner said, a long struggle to get to this point. We have been involved with our alternative enforcement program, with our anti-harassment unit, with our housing litigation division at multiple of his properties. As you probably know, we did take one property through our 7A program at West 46th Street. He did get foreclosed on by his bank on certain other buildings, and we hope to see progress now there at those buildings. We have active litigation across other buildings in this portfolio. It is encouraging that although it took some time for the courts to see where we are, that they took this strong action and they issued this order. We're very grateful that our team stuck with this building for many years, going through the court process and assuring that these tenants are hopefully going to start seeing repairs now that his 60 days is going to start once he gets arrested.
Thank you. And so just to clarify, what exactly was the reason for the arrest warrant?
He failed to comply with many orders from the court about making repairs over quite some time.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is heartening to see this kind of action, in my district and in so many across the city. Tenants feel ignored. They feel like they call 311 and, they don't know what happens next. Sometimes, from their perspective, right, the inspectors may show, sometimes they don't. On the back end, it may be a scheduling conflict. There may be reasons behind it, but the tenant experience is nobody's paying attention, nobody's looking out for me. And, we've been talking about a particular building that is in similar circumstance, and I suppose I'll turn this into a question about what do we do, what does the agency need from the council that the council can provide to allow you to move more quickly? Is there anything that we could change in terms of legislating HPD's powers to shorten the time frame for removing ownership from the worst of the worst? Leave it at that.
Yeah, let me just say that we welcome that discussion. Obviously, we have to work through the court system, and you know the building in your district that we've been talking about. Owners sometimes have the ability to tie the system up in knots, and based on legitimate property rights, and but they often abuse the system, and we have to go through process to get to the conclusion, to the right conclusion. So if there are, authorities, new ideas about how to handle this process, we welcome that, any policy shifts that we can make. But frankly, on our end, we're doing everything that we can to get it across the finish line and get rid of bad owners for the sake of New York City residents.
Thank you. According to an analysis by Community Service Society, there are 10,000 buildings in the city of New York with over 100,000 households that fit the statutory definition of distress under the 7A program. And so my question is, you mentioned 24 buildings are currently in the 7A program, and using 7A for a stand-in for any of HPD's enforcement programs, AEP, underlying conditions, et cetera. How many buildings could HPD be acting on that you are not, whether it's because of resource constraints or whatever the case may be?
I'll just say from a very general level, we can always do more with more resources. Our team works very hard. You see it in the numbers of violations that were issued in the last cycle, the number of inspections that were attempted and completed in the last cycle, and we can talk numbers all day, but they're dramatic increases. You passed some local laws that require us to do more. It's a challenge, obviously, because for every new local mandate, we require more bodies, more time. But just an overarching response would be, we can always do more with more, and are willing to do more with the resources available to us.
Thank you, and I just want to highlight in particular that some of the vacancies that remain in the agency, and again, kudos for how much work the agency has done and how much success that you've had in hiring, but many of the vacancies that remain are in programs that are designed to help tenants. So for instance, 9 positions in the AEP program, 5 positions at 7A, and then additionally, while there are 93 active staff in the Housing Litigation Division, there are also some vacancies. How much more capacity would that add to the agency, filling those?
Do you want to take that?
So regarding the vacancy numbers, we have to look into the breakdown that you have to compare with what our internal numbers are. But just specifically for the enforcement, the Office of Enforcement, our budgeted headcount for that office is 1,052 total, and we have over 969 people on board with about 83 vacant overall. But we have to get back to you in terms of a drawdown number for each of the areas. But specifically for our inspectors, because as the Deputy Commissioner mentioned, we don't have our headcount broken down as you have. But the inspectors, we have a total of a budgeted headcount of about 445 inspectors. That's between field inspectors and supervisors. And we have about 59 vacancies right now. And I want to add that that's a significant increase from where we were about a year ago in terms of our inspector headcount and vacancy rate. Our vacancy rate was cut by about 60% in that area. So that's something we'll continue to work hard to ensure that we bring in more staff in that area.
Yeah, I want to see more selfies of First Deputy Commissioner with the new inspector classes.
And Chair, you know, we've done an aggressive, I can't speak for the selfies, but we've done an aggressive recruiting campaign, and in many of the districts around the city, I believe in 16 of the members availed themselves of partnering with us to do recruitment, or more maybe, and we also have partnered with the borough presidents to do job fair days. These are good, solid jobs. I encourage members to, work with us to help us recruit more good New Yorkers to do this work.
And I would just like to add to that, council member, that just aside from enforcement, just overall, the agency overall, if you compare to where we were around this time last year to where we are now, we've cut our vacancies in half. We were over 16% vacancy rate overall, and now we're about 8%. So thanks to our partners at DCAS with all the different hiring halls that we had, and as the commissioner said, the job fairs, and the team that just worked hard to go out and recruit and bring people on, and we'll continue to make every effort to fill remaining vacancies.
Thank you. Thank you. And one note, don't expect a response at this moment, but when I'm asking the agency about your powers to go after landlords, I'm reminded of something that the public advocate often says: the way that you get the worst of the worst to listen is you throw them in jail or you take their building away. And so I definitely do want to highlight that although the third-party transfer program is frozen, there were serious concerns, legitimate concerns in my view, of racialized impacts in particular communities for Black and brown homeowners. There's no doubt that that program needs to be reformed, but we also need to have we need to give the agency back that power to go after these landlords. And it is a court process and it's a foreclosure, but I do want to invite those conversations with the agency this year.
We welcome that. We welcome that.
Thank you. My last question, with respect to delivering on the housing blueprint, I mentioned this in my opening remarks. The preliminary plan includes savings on the administration's own housing blueprint initiatives, including cuts to programs that combat source of income discrimination, prevent tenant harassment through Partners in Preservation, and support homeowners through the Homeowner Help Desk. In last year's prelim budget response, this council applauded what were then new investments, and we called for more. But instead, we're seeing a total decrease of $4.8 million in fiscal '24 for the three programs that I just mentioned, reflecting delays in getting the program started. So the questions are: when will HPD launch the enhanced Homeowner Help Desk, Partners in Preservation, and source of income discrimination testing programs? What are HPD's key accomplishments to date regarding the blueprint? Anything that you would like to highlight, since it was launched almost 2 years ago? And finally, with the executive plan PEG now canceled, what new needs or PEG restorations is HPD considering?
So I'll just start by saying that, we had this PEG 5% that we had to meet. We tried to do it in the most responsible, non-impactful way. And I think that we have achieved that. We are encouraged, like everyone else, by the increase in revenue that we see and a little more optimism about the overall direction of the economy, which I think is going to bode well for us in the coming cycles. But our Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration could talk a little bit about the mechanics of how we got there.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Council Member. And just at the outset, as the Commissioner shared, and as you're aware, all agencies were asked to find ways to come up with savings. And while no agency will tell you that there's something that we want to do to reduce spending, reduce our budget in a way. Ideally, any underspending, we'll like to spend in other areas of our budget. So the way we addressed it was working with our partners, our colleagues at OMB, and just trying to figure out where can we have the very, very minimal impact on our operations. And what we started by looking at areas where we already knew we weren't going to spend the amount that was budgeted. So for those programs you mentioned, I just want to clarify that funding for those programs remain intact in the out years. The current years, because these were new programs and the procurement for those programs were delayed, as a result of delays with the procurement for those programs, we knew where we were going to spend the funds that were allocated for those programs in this current fiscal year. And so we pointed to those for that underspending as our savings to meet our savings target without having to touch programs that were already operational and already fully launched. And then also in terms of for those programs within the blueprint where we already started doing work, as for an example, our Home Fix program, where we look to see what are the areas where we have grant funds or special funding that we could use to cover some of the expenses that were already incurred. And so we use some of that to swap out expenses that were already incurred to save on city tax levy dollars. So overall, that's how we were able to achieve our target without significantly impacting operations. And for those programs, we are expecting to launch those programs later this calendar year. So you ask specifically about the homeowner help desk. That's something that we're looking to launch later this year. We're aiming for the spring, summer of this year. So that's something we're looking to launch. We are, as part of the delays too, we were working to just fine tune the scope, working with the contractors to ensure that the scope and budget align with what we're looking to accomplish. And a lot of that has been happening, and we are looking to start around that time. And also for our Partners in Preservation program that you mentioned, we're looking to launch that program in May of this year. So all those programs are on track to be launched, but we're just looking at the savings that we realized from because of the delay and underspending that we have in those programs.
And then I'll just add, we've already mentioned a number of programs from Housing Our Neighbors, which continue to move forward. I'll also say we made advances in streamlining Housing Connect and trying to continue to move people into housing faster. We've eliminated upfront review to a post-lease-up audit, again, moving people in faster and not letting process get in the way. We eliminated credit checks for applicants with rent subsidy, something that we've continued to look at and pull back over time. We have removed several forms, some of which were creating trauma and harm for victims who are finding victims of DV abuse and saw that we can get the information another way without re-triggering that harm. We also move forward with redesigns and upgrades in our design guidelines, further embedding sustainability goals in both preservation and new construction. Additionally, we've mapped out, and you'll see some changes that allow our enforcement team to be more proactive and result in some of the wins we've talked here. This is in addition, and Housing Our Neighbors is critical, but you also have to look at the Get Stuff Built program and the 111 recommendations there that we're working to reduce the regulatory period by 50% so we can construct more. It's been a theme of today's discussion. One I'll lift up from there is the advance of the Green Fast Track, which will allow buildings of a certain size that are sustainable, that meet the requirements of good housing around, not violating historic sources, noise pollution, certain parameters, but you can have buildings between 175 and 225 by district already get through some regulatory issues that are unnecessary. Those are housing that can provide affordable buildings and units in our neighborhoods. So both in Housing Our Neighborhoods, our partnership across agencies on Get Stuff Built and the other plans from the administration are all advancing under the respective agencies' push.
Thank you so much. Those were all my questions, but I do have a clarifying question. Does that mean that I fibbed? I did just want to clarify one point that you made, Commissioner. You said that developing homeowner units it's twice the cost as a rental unit produced. Can you explain why that is?
Kim, do you want to come up and talk a little bit about it's a little shocking when you think about it, but.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. So I think there are a couple big things. One, there are lots of other sources that can support creation of affordable rental housing that are not available for homeownership. Second, in affordable rental projects, we can create a mix of affordability, which allows us to get pretty deep, but it basically allows some cross-subsidy with slightly, more expensive units, still affordable. You can't do that with affordable home ownership. So we are largely creating affordable or limited equity cooperatives through our programs, and the maintenance needs to be equalized. So you want to make sure then maintenance is really going to be affordable for the people that you're trying to house. And so, for example, in the Affordable Neighborhood Cooperative Program, we set maintenance at 40% of area median income. As a result, we can't bring in as much private sources, so private debt, for example, and we have to invest far more city capital.
Thank you, that's helpful. With that, thank you HPD, thank you DOB for your patience. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess and get started again. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
And your fabulous team. Love you all. had to get their device. Good afternoon, and welcome back to today's hearing of the Committee on Housing and Buildings on the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget and the fiscal 2024 preliminary mayor's management report. I'd like to acknowledge that we have the same council members as we did before. Council members Rester, Aviles, and Brewer, thank you for being here. We will now hear from the Department of Buildings, followed by the public at about 4:30 p.m. The Department of Buildings serves as the primary regulator of the construction and real estate industries in the city of New York. DOB enforces the city's construction codes, zoning resolutions, and the New York State multiple dwelling law to protect workers and the public, including across the city's nearly 1.1 million buildings and over 43,900 active construction sites. Through its review through its review and approval of building plans, permitting and licensing functions, and inspections. As such, DOB's staffing actions and budget are a reflection of our city's commitment to safety in our buildings. DOB's fiscal 2025 expense budget totals $178.7 million, and its revenue budget is $340.3 million. The expense budget is $40.6 million lower than at fiscal 2024 budget adoption. The major action in DOB's preliminary budget is a cut, or a peg, to its available budgeted headcount. The move saves DOB $10.8 million this year, $9.4 million next year, and $9.3 million in the out years. A total of 134 positions are removed in fiscal 2024, and 90 positions are removed in the baseline from fiscal 2025. Remarkably, by fiscal 2025, DOB will have removed 577 positions since fiscal 2022, which is an equivalent of 26% of your headcount. In October 2022, DOB had the highest vacancy rate of any medium to large city agency at 22.7%. Today, the vacancy rate is much lower at 5.7%, but it's driven not by hiring, but by headcount reductions. DOB has an essential role as the city agency responsible for enforcing New York City's construction codes, zoning resolutions, multiple dwelling law. Additionally, it plans and will enforce heightened energy standards due to Local Law 97. You work to improve construction site safety and training compliance and implement the department's self-service online portal, DOB Now. In light of too many recent building collapses and increasing construction fatalities, the administration's proposed headcount cuts are troubling and must be closely examined. DOB's lower headcount raises concerns over how it can fulfill its core mission of safety. Nearly all collapsed buildings have had a number of DOB violations issued against them. This includes 1915 Billingsley Terrace, which we have worked very closely on in my district, where a structural column misclassification as decorative made over 50 families homeless overnight, days before their cherished holidays. And on February 2nd, the tragic death of 33-year-old Juan Ganzi, leaving behind a 10-year-old son and his pregnant wife, shook us all. DOB inspectors had recently visited the home in December after receiving 2 complaints, but they were unable to gain access. When inspectors returned in January, they saw excavation being done and ordered a halt. The city had not been given plans for the construction. A stop work order was then violated. This is in the context of OSHA data revealing construction fatalities in New York are at a 10-year high last year in 2023. There were 22 construction-related fatalities. The second most deadly year was in 2015, with 20 recorded deaths in the city. We, I believe, and we all can see, are trending in the wrong direction. Nevertheless, in a city of over 1 million buildings to inspect and attend to, owners are seeming to refuse to make necessary repairs. And as we can see in the tragic case of Mr. Ganzi, they're not following DOB orders. Today, the committee hopes to hear more about what actions are taken against owners who refuse to correct hazardous violations, even after violations have been written. Additionally, we would like to explore whether stronger enforcement would help reduce dangers and delays in prompt enforcement, while also strengthening the city's bottom line. DOB has key roles to play, not just in inspections and enforcement, but also in sustainability, sidewalk sheds across our city, and many other issues. For example, DOB is tasked with ensuring that the city's over 50,000 buildings covered under Local Law 97 meet their demands and ensure the greatest benefits to our planet and achieve our sustainability goals. I welcome Commissioner Otto to the committee and look forward to continued work together to achieve a safe and livable New York. Thank you once again to all the staff who worked so hard to prepare today's hearing. As a reminder, after DOB, we will hear from the public. I would like to remind everyone that if you would like to testify today, you must fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms so that we can place you on the queue. I will now pass it to our committee counsel to swear in DOB leadership before turning it over to testimony.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You can begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the Housing and Buildings Committee. I've uttered a lot of words in this room and on the chamber's floor on this side of the building, some of them rational over the years. I've never been known to be someone at a loss of words, but I have to tell you it is a surreal experience to be before you, Madam Chair, and before a committee that I was a member of for a very long time. I was part of the council family for 22 years, 7 as a staffer, 15 or so as an elected. I've said on the floor, and I'll say it again, it was a transformative experience. It broke me out of my little bubble of Staten Island. It introduced me to people who were different than I was really for the first time in my life, and it made me a better person. Despite being angry and frustrated many an occasion in this room and budget negotiating team, and other than the day that we lost James Davis, I never had a bad day in this building. And again, it's an honor to be here before you. As you can see behind me, there are lots of men and women of DOB. I was always impressed when I was a member, when commissioners and agencies came in with a big group of folks. To me, it was a sign of respect. It meant as busy as those women and men were, they thought that this was the place they needed to be. And I asked the team to be here because I want them to hear your questions. I want them to hear the urgency in your voice. And I want them to have as many facts as possible as we try to achieve a mutual agenda. We roll heavy, as I say, at DOB because it's my management style. I like being surrounded by really smart people, and my management style is to empower them. So you're going to hear from the folks at the dais maybe speak a little bit more than a usual commissioner. It's partly because it's my management style. It's also partly, in all candor, because I come here with a good dose of humility. I've been at this agency 10 months, 11 months. These folks have forgotten more than it'll take a lifetime for me to know. And I want them here because I want you to get the answers that you deserve and you should hear. I want you to get complete answers. So to my right is Gus Sarakis, our Deputy Commissioner for Technical Affairs and Strategic Initiatives. To my left is Guillermo Patino, who is the Deputy Commissioner for Policy and Legal Affairs. To his left is Gina Ugarte, who is our Assistant Commissioner for Financial Management. At the next table, there's another sort of homecoming here in the council, and that was someone who was a superstar when she was here. She's a superstar in our agency. That's Laura Popa, who is our DC for Sustainability. And when you ask very difficult questions on Local Law 97, Laura's going to field those tough questions. And also is Yigal Shamash, who is our Chief Structural Engineer and an Assistant Commissioner for Structural Engineering Compliance. So again, Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Jimmy Otto. I'm the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Buildings. We are pleased to be here to discuss fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget, as well as the department's performance and priority initiatives. I was appointed Commissioner for the department in late April of last year, and it's been an honor to lead the agency's dedicated public servants since that time. I was clear when I accepted this appointment that keeping buildings and construction sites safe would be my top priority, and that is what we focused on for the past 10 months, including rising to the occasion to protect New Yorkers in the aftermath of major building and construction incidents. I found out early in my tenure that the department is replete with professionals, which made my work to identify internal talent to take on leadership roles at the agency clear from the start. We've built out the right team to fulfill the department's mandate, and that has been key to serving New Yorkers and pushing forward our priorities over the past few months. The department's duty to regulate the built environment, which includes nearly 1.1 million existing buildings and tens of thousands of active construction sites, would not happen without the people who work at the department. I thank our team for all of their hard work to keep those who live, work, and visit the city safe. Turning now to the budget, fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget allocates approximately $179 million in expense funds to the department. Of this funding, approximately $149 million is for personal services, which supports 1,627 budgeted positions, and nearly $30 million is for other than personal services, which primarily supports contractual services, equipment, and supplies. This funding is critical to supporting the department's mandates and priorities. In fiscal year 2023, the last full fiscal year, approximately 289 construction jobs were filed with the department, and we issued approximately 1,800 initial and renewal construction permits combined. This represents a slight uptick in construction job filings from the previous fiscal year. Despite the uptick in filings, the average time to review filings decreased across the board last fiscal year, including for new building applications and for major and minor alterations. So far this fiscal year, we are seeing a slight decrease in job filings compared to the beginning of the last fiscal year, and a slight increase in the time it takes the department to review such filings, with customers waiting just under 3 days for their job filings to be reviewed. This slight uptick in time, in the time that it takes the department to review filings, can be attributed to an increase in the number of resubmissions after the department conducts an initial review of a filing and issues objections. Our goal is to continue to promptly complete our initial plan reviews and to ensure that customers know what to expect when their plans are being reviewed by continuing to train our plan examiners to ensure that plan review is efficient and consistent. Notably, the number of construction jobs filed online in DOB Now continues to grow year over year as we continue to shift from the Buildings Information System, the BIS system, a 3-decades-old mainframe system. Nearly 90% of construction jobs are currently being filed in DOB Now. When the original scope is fully implemented, DOB Now will allow our customers to conduct all their business with the department online, which will lead to greater efficiency and more transparency by allowing building owners, business owners, design professionals, and contractors to determine exactly where a construction project is in the approval process. The wait time between a construction inspection request and an inspection, which occurs after a construction project is completed by a contractor, also continues to be short. While there's been an uptick in the time it takes for a development inspection to be completed due to an increased demand for inspections and budgetary constraints, such inspections are still being completed within 3 days of a request in most instances, which includes inspections involving general construction, electric work, and plumbing work. This progress on development inspection service levels can be attributed to the efficiencies gained from DOB Now, which allows for all types of development inspections to be scheduled online. This makes it easier for our customers to schedule inspection appointments and offers more precise inspection scheduling. We also continue to respond to complaints from members of the public expeditiously. We are responding to the most serious complaints, priority A complaints, which are those complaints that relate to conditions that may present an immediate threat to the public within hours. We are responding to priority B complaints, which capture violating conditions that, if occurring, while serious, do not present an immediate threat to the public within 12 days. As a result of responding to these complaints and our proactive inspections concerning, construction safety, we issued approximately 4,600 oath summonses last fiscal year. This is a decrease from the previous year and can be attributed to education campaigns by the department intended to provide more transparency to the construction industry regarding conditions that will result in enforcement action being taken, greater adherence to construction regulations by the industry, and the continued implementation of the homeowner relief program, which provides small property owners with the opportunity to address violating conditions before receiving a summons and monetary penalties. To ensure the safety regulations are being complied with at construction sites, the department continues to conduct proactive, unannounced inspections of larger construction sites. Last fiscal year, the department conducted approximately 180 enforcement inspections, which was 15,000 more inspections than the previous year. Despite conducting more inspections and finding fewer violating conditions during such inspections, the number of construction-related incidents that resulted in injury or fatality to a worker increased last fiscal year. Notably, the number of worker falls that did not result in enforcement action being taken by the department, which means violating conditions were not discovered during our inspection, increased last fiscal year. This is a troubling trend that the department is investigating further to determine how the issues that resulted in increased worker falls can be addressed. The department urges the construction industry to be more vigilant so this troubling trend can be reversed. The department is also fulfilling its obligation to address greenhouse gas emissions coming from buildings. We are well positioned with a dedicated team of energy and sustainability experts to support the city's goal of achieving carbon neutrality. In addition to enforcing the energy code and existing laws that require certain buildings to report their energy and water use and to perform retro commissioning, we are also implementing the Climate Mobilization Act, which includes Local Law 97 of 2019. Local Law 97 requires the city's largest buildings to increase energy efficiency and reduce greenhouse gas emissions over several compliance periods, culminating in achieving net zero emissions by 2050. The department is working diligently to fully implement Local Law 97 and has released rules and guidance to inform property owners about how to comply with the law when they start reporting their progress to the department on May 1st, 2025. This year, we will continue to engage in rulemaking and on-the-ground implementation. The administration is committed to supporting building owners as they work to come into compliance. While I'm proud of the strong service levels we are maintaining for both our customers and members of the public filing complaints, we are also taking significant steps to improve quality of life for New Yorkers and improve building and construction safety. Last summer, the mayor announced the Get Sheds Down plan, a multifaceted approach to removing sidewalk sheds more quickly while reimagining the sidewalk sheds that are needed to protect the public and in connection with construction work. This builds upon the work of the department to address longstanding sidewalk sheds, including performing regular inspections and taking legal action to hold building owners accountable for maintaining their buildings. Since the mayor's plan was announced, we have released solicitations in connection with two major initiatives, which includes redesigning sidewalk sheds to make them less obtrusive and more aesthetically pleasing, and to study Local Law 11, which requires buildings greater than 6 stories in height to have their facades inspected periodically. We have also released guidance to the construction industry regarding the use of netting in lieu of sidewalk sheds and rules regarding the installation of art on sidewalk sheds. Key proposals to the plan require legislative action, and we look forward to working with this committee to pursue those changes in the future. We have also taken steps to strengthen our regulations and hold bad actors accountable in the aftermath of major building incidents that occurred last year, which included a parking structure collapse in Lower Manhattan and the partial collapse of the building in the Bronx alluded to by the chair. Following the parking structure collapse in Manhattan, we immediately revisited our regulations to require that every parking structure be inspected by a design professional this year, which significantly sped up the timeline for certain parking structures, some of which would not have been inspected until 2027. Additionally, we revised our regulations to require that an engineer be responsible for performing annual observations for such parking structures. So far, we are seeing promising compliance with the first subcycle of the requirement to conduct parking structure inspections, which apply to buildings in Lower Manhattan. We encourage all owners of parking structures not to delay complying with this important requirement, as we are committed to holding owners accountable until they achieve compliance. Following the partial building collapse in the Bronx, we conducted a sweep of all the properties owned by the owner of the building to determine whether any violating conditions existed at such buildings. Further, we moved to swiftly suspend inspection privileges for the engineer who conducted the last facade inspection at the building. Last month, we entered into a settlement agreement with the engineer, which resulted in a 2-year suspension of their privileges to conduct facade inspections. We are currently reviewing existing regulations related to the qualifications of industry professionals who perform such facade inspections to determine if there are any opportunities to strengthen registration requirements for such private facade inspectors in the interest of public safety. Given the recent incidents involving existing structures, the department is doubling down on compliance. We are conducting a comprehensive review of the summonses that have not been corrected, which includes conducting outreach to property owners with open summonses to provide them with guidance about the correction process. While the department is taking an education-first approach to the issue, if summonses are not corrected in a timely manner, we will be performing follow-up inspections and will take additional enforcement action to prompt correction. We are also taking a hard look at our enforcement toolbox to determine how we can hold bad actor property owners accountable for maintaining their properties when traditional summonses do not suffice, and we look forward to discussing this issue with you further. We encourage all New Yorkers to visit the department's website to determine whether there are any unresolved issues at their properties, and to reach out to us with any questions that they might have about bringing their properties into compliance. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. We welcome any questions. And Madam Chair, if I could just say one last thing before taking your questions. If I appear to be nervous, and if you see me looking over my shoulder frequently, it's not because I'm worried about OMB staff or CLA staff to my undoubtedly too candid testimony. It's because I fear those doors are going to blow open and former colleague Charles Barron's going to come sit down and ask me questions. Somewhere Charles is smiling right now in Brooklyn because of that statement.
He is, he is. Is he here? Is he in the building?
No.
Love that guy. All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I just want to start by thanking you, Commissioner, and the agency staff and leadership that was so responsive following the 1915 collapse. For those that may not be aware, when a tragedy or an emergency such as a collapse or a big fire or whatever the case may be happens, there is a task force of agencies that come together and they meet regularly, and there's usually one that is, I don't know if it's formally or informally chosen to be the coordinating entity. More often than not, it's emergency management. But in the case of 1915 Billingsley, it was the Department of Buildings. And we spoke at 11 p.m. On Christmas Eve. We spoke at all hours of the night to address concerns at the building by those tenants. And I just want to thank you. I want to thank the assistant commissioners that were on the ground. It just really was helpful to know that I had the ability to reach out and have problems solved in real time. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. And I too echo the kudos to the team. And let me just say that I am really cognizant of the fact that you are not sitting in front of me solely as the chair of this committee, but you are a council member in whose district this happened. And so as you will hear in response to some of your questions, I want to continue our partnership because I think that's the best path and that will be the most likely path for us to make the changes we all want.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And a special shout out to Assistant Commissioner McCartan. He would probably be upset if I didn't name him. He's been really great. Okay, so I'm just gonna ask one set of questions, and then I'm gonna turn it over to colleagues, just in case they might not be able to stay. But this in particular is with respect to my highlighting 577 positions not being at the agency anymore, vacancy reduction of 577 positions since fiscal '22. So the major action in the preliminary plan cuts DOB staff by 137 positions in fiscal '24 and 90 positions in fiscal 2025 in the out years. And this is the latest move in a pattern of vacancy reductions that by next year will have removed 577 positions since fiscal 2022. Considering how inspectors play a critical role in the safety and revenue generation of the agency and the City of New York, why didn't OMB allow DOB to maintain its inspectorial headcount and provide funding to fill those positions in the preliminary plan? 1. 2, given the reversal of the executive PEG, is DOB requesting a staffing restorations to better fulfill its critical public safety roles? And 3, can you provide a breakdown of the titles removed in the 577 positions reduced since fiscal '22?
Yeah, so obviously, difficult fiscal climate for all of us, particularly difficult for a new commissioner to come in within a few months to be told you're staring at 3 pegs, 5%, 5%, and 5%. And like other agencies, we sought a path that had the least impact to the agency. I know you and this committee in the past have voiced your concerns about the high vacancy rate. I watched previous hearings from before I was a commissioner, and I know that was important. This is not how we envisioned reducing those numbers. So in November, in the November plan, we took down close to $10 million, 117 positions, 47 inspector positions, 28 technical staff, 30 administrative, and 12 clerical. In January, it was a $9.4 million PEG, 90 positions, 28 inspectorial, 13 technical, 27 administrative, and 12 clerical. To your question about why those, again, it was the pathway that was least harmful for the agency. Those were vacancies that we had not filled. As you know, and the committee knows, this agency has a difficult time, despite its best efforts, retaining and attracting and meeting that PEG via those vacancies put us in the best position to continue to deliver the services we need. Those cuts, or those cuts notwithstanding, again, if you look at our service levels across the board, they're still excellent. Relative certainly to the last 5 years, they are even the ones that have regressed, and we have seen some regression in the first 4 months of this fiscal year. We monitor it very closely. But the reductions, as painful as they were the least impactful. To your question about seeking help from OMB, absolutely. Those conversations with OMB are ongoing. I will say that, as you know, I worked for Deputy Mayor Joshi for 16 months as her chief of staff. She is now my deputy mayor. She's a wonderful ally as well, and she is intimately familiar with this agency, where we are, what we want to do, where we need to go, and she's been a strong ally for all of her agencies.
I'm going to ask you just, could you just repeat the numbers for the 10 million PEG and the 9.4 million PEG?
Yeah, so 9.5 million in the November plan was 117 positions. Those 117 positions were broken down: 47 inspectors, 28 technical staff, 30 administrative, 12 clerical. The January plan was 9.4 million, 90 positions, broken down again, 28 inspectorial, 13 technical, 27 administrative, and 12 clerical. Gina, do you want to add anything or anything to that?
Hi, Madam Chair. I would just like to add that, again, while the inspectors were exempt from the hiring freeze, the agency was unable to achieve its PEG reduction targets without including those inspectorial vacancies.
Thank you so much. That's helpful clarification. So 47 plus 20, I shouldn't try to do math at the dais, that's a bad idea. But close to 80 inspectors we're talking about. And then 40, roughly 40 some odd technical staff. When you say technical staff, Commissioner, can you describe what those titles are?
The technical staff would be our plan examiners. If you'd like, I can give you the combined reductions for both plans,
Yes.
that you were referencing that. So for inspectorial titles was 75 positions, the technical titles 41, administrative titles 67, and clerical titles 25, for a total of 207.
Yes, I can do math at the dais, okay. Thank you so much. I'm gonna hold my questions, but so that you know it's coming and you can prepare. I'm gonna ask specific questions about plan examiners, inspectors of different kinds. We've heard my office staff working with my constituent staff and your community staff have worked together, and we've heard reports of shortages in certain areas. So we're gonna be asking about those just so that you know it's coming, but I wanna turn it over to Councilmember Brewer.
Everybody knows I think this is the best public servant, this commissioner in the whole city. I just want to make that clear. We have he's pretty special. But so is Guillermo Patino, so is Laura Popa, and everybody else. I just happen to know those two extremely well. One question I had, when I was the borough president, I had a whole task force on construction safety because I'm so concerned about people dying on the job. So I know you mentioned it. I just would like a little bit more clarification about what you're doing to prevent people dying or even getting injured on the job, and how many people allocated to it. It's hard, I know, and I know that most of the sites where people die are not union. I know that shouldn't be the only criteria, but it is a fact. So that's my question. How many people, what do you think you can do to prevent it in the future?
Yeah, so if I can, Madam Chair, we look at fatalities via calendar year, and I know you referenced the OSHA 22 number. We see the number of fatalities in calendar year 2023 as 7, which is a decrease off the high. I know this, and again, in watching some old, I feel like a quarterback, in watching some old film, I know you had a conversation, you had a question and answer with First Deputy Commissioner Kaz Vilenchek on this, and he talked about the OSHA numbers sort of encapsulating a broader than the 5 boroughs. The fatalities we think we've seen improvement on, right? We know that. In part because of the SST program, in part because of Local Law 149 and reducing the number of jobs, construction superintendents from 10 to 5 and eventually to
And more
1.
site safety people.
Yeah. What's troubling us today is the number of injuries is going up. What's particularly troubling, for a while, it was the number of falls off ladders of 3 to 4 feet. What's beyond particularly troubling is that when we go out and inspect, we don't see a trip hazard. It's now also shifted from falls to trip hazards. And if you look at the number of injuries we have historically, and you look at the sort of delta today, and you identify the universe as we have of injuries where we've gone out and found no condition, that number is the delta, right? So if I could say that maybe a little more precisely, the number of injuries that we think are curious is the reason why injuries are going up. So we are looking into that because it seems a little bit more than coincidence. To answer your question specifically, Council Member, we have 134 positions allocated to construction safety.
Wow.
We have 2 units that now report to the same assistant commissioner. I don't know if Commissioner Arias is here. He's probably signing autographs in the back somewhere. He's doing a great job, and he will tell you he's doing a great job. He has construction safety compliance that does inspections and safety enforcement that do inspections. They will go out and do unannounced inspections. I've actually gone on one with them and watched the team go to the site unannounced, pull the logbooks, go floor by floor, check SST cards. I referenced the SST cards because last week's press conference that I participated in with DA Bragg and the DOI Commissioner was really important. We have now 380,000 SST cards out there. That means that we have trained hundreds of thousands of workers and hopefully have made it more likely that they return home.
Okay.
So when one of your partners in that endeavor breaks that fidelity, it's really problematic. And so, yes, last week we announced Valor that has issued around 17,000 cards. The DA announced an indictment. We need to continue to be vigilant, not only of the inspections, but of the audits of those providers, where we go into the field and we go into the classroom. The DOI Commissioner has recommended that our role go beyond and include the instructors. And that's going to take legislation, and also, Madam Chair, it's going to take a significant amount of resources because we're talking about building out an entire new unit. So,
Wow.
yeah, so and the SST card, if I can say one last thing, Council Member, and
Gail is fine.
the SST card needs to have an integrity because we can do so many things with it and we can build off of it. Deputy Commissioner Sirakis has an idea about specific types of training that we could then check on our SST cards, above and beyond fall training. It's got to have a foundation that has integrity so we can build out the safety requirements on it. And it's troubling when you see 17,000, theoretically 17,000 workers who may not, I don't know how many did, how many didn't receive the training that we all want them to have.
Okay, thank you. Some year or so ago, I asked IBO to do what is the dollar amount of uncollected. I don't know. They only did like 3 agencies, but it was 2.1 billion.
Oh.
So my question, of course, is, and then I didn't realize that. So you're returnable to oath, but if the money's not collected, they obviously get a judgment. It goes back to finance, I think, to figure out how much is actually owed. So, but do you have any sense of what is unpaid revenue from your agency, or is that just finance?
I most certainly do. One of the last meetings when I was with Deputy Mayor Joshi, the former Deputy Commissioner for Administration and Budget at DOB, used a number in the meeting that knocked me out of my seat. So the moment I got to DOB, I've been asking about that. And the number is closer to $1 billion than it is to 0, Council Member.
And that's over 1 year, 2 years, 5 years?
This is the total amount of outstanding. Yeah.
Total, okay.
So, Madam Chair, we are in the process of trying to draft a plan to address that. When that plan is more fully baked, we'd like to come to present it to you. It underscores a couple of things. That's money on the table that we, as a city, should not be using. It's money, frankly, that I envision as money that maybe could protect from a future peg. But it also underscores for us one of the weak spots that this agency has, and something that we need to work together, Madam Chair, and that is, after we give out violations and they ignore our violations, what do we do then? We need some additional sticks. We need to expand lien power so that, although putting a lien on a property is not a panacea, it's another tool. We need to consider, and I know it's been bandied about, and I'm sorry I know the public advocate was here earlier, but we need to put on the table again, and I know it's not wildly popular in all circles, but it's a discussion we need to have, and that's the general contractor licensing again. And I will ask Guillermo, we have seen, he may have the numbers offhand, we have seen in the last year Department of Finance take some of our violations and turn them into property liens and begin to collect that money, correct? Yeah. That's something that we need to expand too. But there comes a point in time when we have bad property owners like 1915 or Davidson in the Chair's District, or 117-233 22nd Street or whatever it is in Councilmember Williams' district that she just talked to me about in the last week, where there's all these outstanding violations and we are left unable to achieve compliance. I will end my little rant with a line that I heard our climate chief use in reference to Local Law 97, and the Assistant Commissioner for Revenue could hold her ears. I'm not interested in your revenue, I'm interested in your compliance. We are a compliance agency. Right. And when we can't get compliance, when we run out of sticks, we need bigger sticks. And that's why when I heard the chair's comments with respect to the HPD commissioner and bad actors and what she wants to do in terms of holding more bad actors accountable, it's consistent with what we're trying to do, and we need your help.
Thank you very much, because I've been pushing on this issue for a long time, so I appreciate what you have to say. Just finally, drones. So is that something that's going to be used in terms of maybe in place of scaffolding or previous to scaffolding, et cetera? We're using them at the monument in Riverside Park, so they're not going to be putting up scaffolding. They actually, at least not to do the assessment.
Yeah, so if my answer is anything but yes, we are going to use drones, then there's probably going to be a new commissioner next time. And these poor folks have whiplash with all that already. So I say that because the mayor is a huge proponent of drones and makes it very clear to us. Our facade inspections are...
Need to touch them, I know.
Yeah, they're tactile.
Okay.
But drones, and maybe as important, if not more importantly, the AI that comes with drones is something that we need to embrace. What's the name of the company, Gus? D2A2? T2D2 gave us a presentation that shows what they do with drone footage, how they see infrared issues of leakage and slight movements. So yes, this department, I think Jill Rebecca is back there, our assistant commissioner, who did a report, a really great report on drones in cooperation with this agency. I will say to you, it's not only drones, it's not only the AI with drones. We need to embrace technology of all kinds. And if you look at Gus's title, it's a little different than what it once was. It includes strategic initiatives, and a huge part of that portfolio is Gus leading the charge on innovation. And so we have a few things cooking in terms of competitions. We're reconstituting our innovation board, which is the industry, entrepreneurs, and us, and I would welcome anyone from the chair's realm to sit and talk about all kinds of technology to get us to be a better agency. DOB now, and I'm sure we'll discuss it, for all of the angst it's created, lots of folks, is light years ahead of a paper system where when I was a council member on Staten Island, a young council member, the joke was part of the file misses, or the full file misses depending on what they needed. We are light years away from that as an agency. We need to embrace technology across the board.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure you'll ask about Local Law 97, if not later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council Member Brewer. I just want to ask a few follow-ups, and then I'll turn it over to Council Member Ressler. So, one, cool, didn't realize anybody watched the hearing, so that's great. After the fact, in hindsight. So thank you, Commissioner, for your attention on these. So I just want to ask a few follow-up questions on site safety training. So you mentioned that the places where there are curious injuries, we don't know the cause. There were no DOB-affiliated violations issued where there was a fall. Do we know other facts about these sites? Was there higher or lower SST compliance, site safety training card compliance? Do we know whether there were more likely to be union or non-union sites, et cetera?
That's 167. That's around 25, a little more than 25% of this uptick in falls is under these curious conditions. And again, the other pattern that the team has noticed is it was falls from relatively short feet of ladders. Now they're trip hazards. And just to give you some context, total incidents, serious injury or fatality, it was 502 in 2021, 540 in 2022, 649, right, in 2023. The percentage of these cases where we go out and we don't see a cause or reason has gone up from 9% in 2021 to 15.8% in 2022, all the way up to 25.7% in 2023. That's curious to us. And I will find out about other demographics that we have about the sites.
Thank you. Do you think it might have anything to do with the load that the inspectors have? If because you mentioned in your testimony that service levels have not been impacted by the reductions in the inspectors that we have, which is a good thing. But what about the quality of the inspections? Could there be a relationship here?
Yeah, it's interesting. Our violations have ticked down, right? That's a data point. I'm not going to hide that. But the quality of our violations has gone up, meaning the ones that were upheld, the ratio of those that were upheld to those that were dismissed has improved. So we're writing better violations. On the enforcement side, and I think you had this conversation previously, the inspectors are asked to hit 6 to 10, 6 to 8 sites a day. Depends on the complexity of the sites. We have I'll call it a pilot program. It's embryonic. I probably shouldn't talk about it. But DOB now gives us a lot of data. And I think we're only skimming the surface, and it's something I want to talk about before I leave here. It's probably the most important thing I want to share with you. And I was going to lead off with it right after my testimony, but I was afraid somebody might have thrown something at me from behind. But the data point I was talking about before I made my joke. The DOB Now data points. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, the DOB data points was that we are with 3 enforcement units. I love middle age, but boy, sometimes it reveals itself. In 3 enforcement units, using the ability that DOB Now gives us in conjunction with another piece of technology, to instead of having a supervisor map out the route inspectors take, do it in an automated fashion. Now, again, this is very embryonic. it was a limited universe, but we saw improvements, we saw efficiencies. And oh, by the way, it also frees up supervisors to do additional work. This is my point about technology has to be our answer to being a better agency in many different ways.
Thank you. That is exciting, and I look forward to hearing more about it. You are creating your own AI. I don't know if it's AI, but yeah. Okay, one more clarifying question. And so you mentioned that after was it arrest or the indictment last week of Valor Security, you mentioned that the Department of Investigation said you should include instructors. What did you mean by that? Include them in what?
So the agency, the reviews that we do are on the course providers themselves. I think there are 155, yeah, like 150 course providers. Those providers hire instructors. It was some of those instructors who turned out to be complicit in what the DA, DOI, and our agency uncovered. And Commissioner Strawber's suggestions, and they're valid, are that we need to get our arms around the universe of instructors. We publicly said at the press conference that we agree with that, but the fact is that that comes with a price tag, and we already have some really important safety needs and asks that we're pursuing.
Thank you. It is troubling. I mean, I commend the agency and the DA for reaching this indictment, but 20,000 sham SST cards out of a universe of 380,000 is 5%, so it's low, but it's not that low. It's pretty significant.
No, it's troubling. And just in complete transparency, so we did an audit of Valor in April of 2022, or in 2022, and then an audit again in April of 2023, and we didn't like what we saw. Right after that is when our colleagues in law enforcement said, stand down, and there was a bigger initiative underway. So we suspended our process. We reinstituted that process, and our rules are that Valor has an opportunity to sort of answer out. But when they answer out, if it's not to our satisfaction, that's when we will make the decision possibly to invalidate those cards. And that happens by a press of the button. And if I can make one other point, because as troubling as this is, there's a really important data point that shows how important the work that the council and the administration did on this. And that is, not so long ago, there were 2 million taps, a total of 2 million taps. So a person with a valid card comes on site and taps a phone that has software, and that software determines if that card is valid. That person has gone through the training. We've gone from a little more than a year ago to 2 million to 15 million taps. That means that people are using the cards, using valid cards, and doing it the right way. There are some sites that have incorporated gates at the entrance so that you can't get into the construction site without a valid SST card. So there is hope, but we have to be really vigilant.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair. You do a terrific job, truly. Commissioner, it's good to see you.
Councilmember, I had a dream last night.
Oh,
it was the weirdest dream. The dream is so odd. I was an elected official. You were a member of the administration, and even though I was really smart and on it, I treated you so nicely, so caringly, with empathy and compassion. It's the strangest dream, Councilmember.
You recall you're under oath. You're under oath. Okay, got it. No, on that note, I'll tell you, I was having dinner with a few friends on Saturday night, and I won't give the context of the story, but I was asked 3 Republicans who I really like, and your name was on the list. So you've always
Competition has been watered down in recent years.
It's a good. That's fair. I'm not. I wasn't asked for 5, but I came up with 3, and for good reason. You were on that list because you have always been a tremendous public servant who really cares and works as hard as you can, and I really appreciate it. And since you've come in at DOB, whenever there's an issue of concern in the district, you, Jay, the whole team are on it, you're communicative, you give us the information that me and my team need to be able to communicate with our neighbors, to keep them apprised of what's happening, and, you know, I deeply appreciate it.
Councilmember, can I say one thing to that? I'm not in a competition to be the most popular commissioner, but given the fact that I've walked a lot of miles in your shoes, if I'm not, and we're not the most responsive, I will be disappointed, because ideological differences or position differences or administration, even more so in my mind, when there are ups and downs with an administration and the council, even more of a reason for me, our team, to lean in to building relationships with the council and elected officials. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to continuing our relationship.
Well, I really appreciate it. You know, when a building collapses, when there's a stop work order, when we're working together on what's an appropriate AHV, there's nothing ideological about it, right? This is about public safety, and it's about making sure that we're communicating and collaborating effectively to keep our community safe. And I have to say, the chair's opening statement was jarring for me. The fact that we've experienced a 26% reduction in headcount since the beginning of this administration at DOB is indefensible. It's impressive what you've been able to do considering the reduction in headcount, but you know, DOB should have been exempted from the most recent hiring freeze. DOB should not have seen additional cuts to your headcount in the recent PEG. And I asked Jacques about this at our budget hearing last week, and we will do everything we can to restore the headcount of the agency because we see the impacts it has. I mean, you know, the PMMR showed on priority B complaints that we were fully 2 days slower to respond as which is a direct result of headcount. And you got to pick your spots and do the best you can when you don't have enough people and bodies. But I don't even have a question there unless there's something you want to add. I just want to say, I trust your leadership, but if you don't have the people to do the job, you're put in an impossible situation. And we need more inspectors and we need more people at DOB right now.
So Councilmember, thank you for that. And I will answer it this way. I think if I said I didn't want more, then anytime I go back to 280 Broadway and look at the team and ask them for something, they should tell me to take a walk. But I think we need to be different too, and this is the point I wanted to say to the chair in the opening. We are doing a really good job providing the services that we do. Our service levels bear that out. But we are a complaint-driven agency for the most part.
Right.
Even though there have been high-profile incidents and people are painting a narrative, I can push back against that respectfully and say, human error, egregious human error, egregious human error, human error. That doesn't negate the fact that we have an aging housing stock, and maintenance, as we all know, is an issue. So we need smarter. Smarter to me is we have to get this agency to a point where we have a team that is on offense, that we go and act proactively, that we get into the predictive analytics game, that we take advantage of all the data that DOB now has created, that we use the reports like Germani's reports and all other data where we proactively go after the bad actors, and that we have the ability to routinely look at open Class 1 violations.
I think that's all totally right. I think the other point that you testified to is really important, and I know the chair has been sympathetic on these fronts. We need to give DOB more tools so that when bad actors choose not to cooperate with you or ignore the violations that are issued, you actually have the ability, whether via liens or other things, to hold them accountable. I know that there are crappy people in my district who refuse entry to DOB when you come. And what are you going to do? You go back again, and I don't know what there is that you should be doing or what options you have, but it puts us in a terrible position, I think, as a city. I have one open-ended thing that I'm just interested in your take on, and I'd like to ask some Local Law 97 questions if the chair will. It looks like she'll let me. So why don't I start with the open-ended thing, and then we'll bother Laura for a second. Thanks, Laura. I'm getting, and I would imagine Councilmember Brewer is as well, increasing complaints about access agreements. And I think it's tenant protection plan stuff, I think it's Local Law 11 stuff, where neighbors are making it impossible to do the work that's necessary. And they've got their neighbor over a barrel who's trying to do basic upkeep, construction, necessary work in their home, and we don't have the right, and I think were all well-intentioned laws, and I don't know if the chair has started to think about this yet, but I'm very interested in exploring some legislation here, because I don't think we've reached the right balance. And I'll tell you about a site it was just redistricted out of my area, but we've had an empty lot for 15 years. I banged my head against the wall with Kaz. He's amazing. We're trying to get it activated. They determined that the construction at this empty lot was so messed up, they need a demolition. They need to demolish the adjacent brownstone. The brownstone owner is understands this is the reality. We can't get the brownstone next to her to agree to the access agreement to demolish it. And I could give these, 1,000 different examples of this, but is this on your radar? And what are you thinking we should be doing?
Very much so. So when we talked about the Get Sheds Down, or when it was announced, and Borough President Levine has the great idea about a fund, because there are some property owners who legitimately don't have the money, and the shed is cheaper than doing the underlying work. What we've discovered, and Assistant Commissioner Yigal Shamash could give you in detail, what we've discovered, and then enhanced or underscored by conversations with the industry, is that what is now eclipsing in terms of time the lack of resources, what is now probably a bigger variable in it, is this issue. Back in the day when I was an elected, we called them neighbor-on-neighbor issues. They were the worst, they were the hardest cases, right? So we raised this issue at one of our quarterly meetings with the industry. It happened to be with folks from REBNY. And the folks from REBNY said there's a piece of legislation up in Albany that we're championing for access. It's a Raj Kumar bill with Councilmember Comrie. Do you want to talk about any aspect of it, Cameron?
Yeah, as the commissioner mentioned, there's a state legislation that we're supportive of. We're currently working on a memo in support of that legislation. And it seeks to clarify and inject more transparency into the court process regarding gaining access. But as you mentioned, this is also a question that we're actively thinking about internally at DOB, so we'd love to discuss it further to see if there's anything we can work on together.
I would love to chat with you further. My initial thinking was, if we can't get neighbors to agree, then to force some sort of mediated process that that they are mandated to cooperate and comply with, and whether that, so I'd like to just, I don't need to share my legislative thoughts at the hearing today any further than I already have, but I just wanted to say I'm very concerned about this as a growing issue. It sounds like you are too. Thank you, as always, Commissioner. Then lastly, just on Local Law 97, I won't be too tough today, but would love to just ask a couple questions if that's all right.
Thank you, Gus.
Sorry, Gus.
No worries.
Hello, Laura Popa.
Hi.
I agree with everything that the commissioner and my colleague said about you, so it's good to see you, Deputy Commissioner. Just firstly, in previous hearings, we've asked questions about how many staff at DOB are focused on Local Law 97. If you could give us an update on that.
Oh, before you answer, let me just swear you in. You raise your right
Sorry.
hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember, we have a new bureau, as of a year and a half when I came in, and the total staff at the Bureau is 66 budgeted positions, and the local 97 staff is around 21. And
How many of those positions are filled?
All of them.
Great.
Yeah, all of them. So
That's progress.
we have a four-person vacancy. We're down 4 people.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so, and we're working towards expansion, and also, you know, it's a reorg too, right? So we have these old laws that we passed in '09, and we're aligning them with 97, like benchmarking and auditing and retrocommissioning. And so staff working on that, we're kind of transitioning a bit to 97, because we're trying to figure out how to make it streamlined, right? And the least onerous on building owners and on our administrative staff. So it's a work in progress, but we do have a fair amount of people working on this.
I'm happy to hear about the progress. My last time, I think it was like we were talking about 7 or 11 staff members, so substantial progress from what I can recall. I apologize, do not have the number in front of me. I just next wanted to ask, and then I promise, Chair, I'll shut up, is it's expected, I don't know, 90% of the buildings that are subject to 2020 are going to be in compliance with the 24 to 29 limits.
Those are 320 buildings. So it's expected that for those, right, the ones that have to reduce their emissions, the non-affordable housing buildings, that there's about an 89% compliance rate.
Okay, I was close.
And then we also have 10,000 321 buildings who need to comply on top of that. It's very difficult to judge their compliance, but we do know that about 2,000 something, and maybe so close to 3,000 or mid-2,000, already meet the 2030 emissions limits, so they comply out of the 10,000. To know how the others are going to comply, we cannot know in advance. There's no way to judge because they don't have to reduce their emissions. They can do the prescriptive energy conservation measures.
So are you expecting, so do we have any indications at this point of how many buildings are taking advantage of the new rules that allow them to apply for extensions? Have those extensions been submitted to you all as of yet?
So no one's allowed, if maybe you're talking about good faith efforts and
Yes.
those, you're not allowed, you do not apply for that until you submit your May 1st, 2025 report.
Okay.
So we have no idea how many buildings are gonna use that pathway as an option, as opposed to doing any of the other options.
So it's after the May 1st, 2025 reports that we'll have a better sense of where this is going? Or is it it's the good faith effort, it's the report submitted after that? What's the timeline where we're going to have a better indication of how these folks are coming into compliance?
So, well, let me just say that we are following, when an owner submits an application for work, we do have a question that says, is any of the square footage in this work involved in 97? And we've seen a substantial uptick in those. So we are kind of watching, and this is just like a claim you're making. It's nothing to enforce, right? Who's doing what, you know, in order to comply with 97? So we're pretty happy with that. But in the end, we're not going to know if someone is meeting their emissions limits or deciding on a different option until they submit their report.
And it's not until those reports are submitted that we'll have any indication that buildings are planning or hoping to take advantage of RECs as well?
That's right. And as you know, if they have the decarb plan, they can't take advantage of RECs. Yes. But we are focusing a significant amount of our time on outreach. So part of the reorg involved creating a new outreach and assistance unit. But the big player here is the New York City Accelerator, which is the city's free service, right, to help building owners comply with Local Law 97.
Absolutely. And do you see Accelerator ticking up in their outreach and engagement? Are you seeing?
Yes, substantially. We have spent a lot of time working with Accelerator and with Con Ed and NYSERDA in order to get the word out. And then really the bottom line is hook building. They need to know they have to comply, right, and what their responsibilities are, and then they need to be hooked up with financing and the people to do the work, and that's where the Accelerator, Con Ed, and NYSERDA come in.
Are we starting to see actual indications of financing happening, being dispersed?
Yes. Yep.
Do we have updates on that? I know that's not your responsibility.
I don't have, we can get, like, this is how much Con Ed has, you know, allocated towards particular programs. I don't have it, yeah.
I'm just interested to see the actual dollars get out the door and reach buildings and see how many projects are happening as a result of it. So it's felt very slow to see that move, but we are excited to hear that you think that it's starting to move in a positive direction. I'll let it go with that, but thank you, Chair Sanchez, for being so gracious and giving me a few extra minutes. And thank you all.
I love when my colleagues ask lots of questions because then I don't have to. Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. So before you go, Deputy Commissioner, I just wanted to follow up on the accelerator question. Do you have numbers on a number of buildings that have sought advice, et cetera?
I have that they have helped 16,000 buildings, and a substantial amount of those are affordable housing buildings. 9,568 affordable housing buildings as of when I got the statistic, 16,691 buildings.
How many affordable, you said? 9,000?
9,000 something.
Great, thank you. Great, thank you. And then also another clarifying question. The number of active headcount that is going to be involved in reviewing the compliance of buildings come 2025, when those submissions come, how are we doing on numbers for that?
So we are continuously working with OMB in order to expand the number of staff. We have to implement 97. And, as I indicated earlier, and as you know, Madam Chair, it's May 1st, 2025. So part of the gap is getting on people to review the reports. We do have core staff in place. We have the executive director of OBEEP and a couple of other people in that, important people in that unit, and then it needs to be filled out with some other people. So that's what we work with OMB on.
Thank you. I want to work at a place called OBEEP one day. Okay, thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner. So I want to now turn back, unless my colleagues have other questions, I want to turn back to the inspector headcount reductions, and then responding to your reporting that 75 combined, the combined number of inspector reductions has been 75 inspectors. So first, the numbers look great when we look at the vacancy rate, right? There are 21 of 21 budgeted boiler inspector positions are filled. Yet there are 84,049 residential boilers in the city per follow-up information that the department has provided to our committee. Thank you for that. Which means a ratio of 4,000 boilers to 1. And recognizing that that boiler inspections are done by the owner and they're reported to DOB, is there concern that DOB, does not have the available headcount in this discipline to review all boiler inspection reports?
Listen, it's a large number, but I guess you go by the service levels, and they've been consistently good. What I will tell you, Madam Chair, is that part of the PEG process for us was those headcounts that were taken would create, or in the past, created accruals that funded overtime. Those those lines weren't there, those accruals weren't there, that OT had to be shut off quickly. What we've tried to do is to manage that and treat it as a valve, forgive the pun, and where we saw the need or an uptick, turn that OT back on. Recently, with a situation with elevator inspectors. We had a situation with the Manhattan Borough Commissioner. So we're trying to do it smartly. So there will be, in some data points, and you see it, some regression. But for the most part, our service levels continue to be well within our mandates.
Thank you, Commissioner. Following up on that, I have... Did you want to add something?
I would just like to add one point with respect to boiler inspector headcount. We currently have 21 budgeted headcount and 21 active. So all the positions in that discipline are filled. And to the commissioner's point, anytime there is a need for overtime based on constant reassessment of service levels, we will act in that accord.
Let me ask my inspector questions, and then I'm going to ask you if there has been in which titles there have been an increased demand for overtime payment. So on February 23rd, Adriana Cabrera from your community engagement unit told my office that the elevator unit is short-staffed, and that they couldn't tell us exactly when certain buildings that have not had elevator service for a long time would be seeing inspectors. So with respect to elevator inspectors, can you share the number of vacancies and vacancy reductions since 2022?
So right now, we're budgeted for 33. We're actual at 31. We have 2 vacancies. I can tell you that there has been an issue, Madam Chair, for what the industry likes to call expedited inspections, where they pay a fee and they believe because they pay that fee, they should have elevator inspections on demand. The problem with that is the fee that they pay is not commensurate with the work involved. So it's not like they have, and so there are some facilities, some locations, some elevator inspections, nursing homes, let's say, where they don't want to take those elevators offline during the day, and rightly so. That needs to be done at a different time. We are working as an agency and with various parts of the industry to identify those critical locations to be able to provide that service at a time they want. And again, we've turned the valve to the right to try to begin to address the overall backlog. This is an ongoing process, and we will turn it on and turn it off as needed. And we will undertake or are undertaking a user fee analysis, because if there's a fee that is warranted that folks want to pay that can help underwrite things, that would be helpful. Yeah.
I'd just like to add that, yes, we are actually doing a 2-pronged approach, as the commissioner had mentioned. One, we're working with the unit to update the user costs, because typically if there's a backlog, that implies that the universe, or historically what we were expecting, has now changed. We've also been reviewing and approving overtime with respect to discrete projects. I've been working very closely with the units, so they are getting overtime to be able to do things like these expedited inspections, and we are being responsive. But again, just to reiterate, we have to maintain our, our budgeted overtime amounts, and so we have to be mindful.
Madam Chair, let me answer your question, the other question, because I just remembered it. You asked about what units are getting OT, and so we've had lots of storms this weekend, for example, high winds. So we will put out our construction safety unit out, and we'll do sweeps to make sure everybody's buttoned down. We put out notices to the industry, email, it's a huge number, to the industry, to those who report us, to cover us journalists, to just get the word out. This weekend, high winds, we will do sweeps of different locations. Storm, we will put on an extra emergency response team. There's a tick up at Manhattan Borough Commissioner Office on issues, and again, trying to manage what is a very difficult fiscal situation, but do it intelligently. And I think so far we've done that. Didn't make me popular early on, but I think everyone adjusted, and we're meeting our service levels. Where we see regression, we're aware of it, and we're figuring out how to address it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. So emergency response teams. Just to one final one on inspectors, it's taking longer to get electrical inspectors according to the PMMR. In the first 4 months of fiscal '24, the wait rose by 4 days. But in fiscal 2019 and 2020, the wait was lower at 2.6 and 2.3 days respectively. In the same period, DOB's headcount has decreased by 54 positions to 1,553. So
Yeah, so.
kind of a repeat question, but.
Yeah, it's in, under the umbrella of the development inspections, and overall combined in development, even though there's like a 9% uptick in requests for submissions, and that's customer driven, they reach out to us. Overall, we're still around 3 days. Within that development umbrella, as you said, there is individual upticks. In part, again, because of the number of submissions, in part because of the restriction on overtime. But I just think it's not the direction I want to be going ever, but I just ask that you kind of keep it in the context of the length of development timelines can be measured in years, so this uptick is still a fraction of that time. It's not where we want to go. We're aware of it, but overall, given these circumstances, I understand why the numbers are what they are.
Thank you. Okay, so moving back to construction site safety, and in particular delving into some of what you said about DOB's teeth, right? Your ability to follow up on sites or owners that are not following stop work orders, that are not listening, are not paying violations, et cetera. So just to restate it, what is the protocol for ensuring hazardous violations are corrected after a violation has been written? Is there legal action?
They're gonna have to swear you in, Yigal. Not swear at you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to committee member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
So in terms of reinspection on Class 1 violations, specifically on permitted sites, we're obligated by law to reinspect those sites within 60 days. And our construction safety team has a very good program to ensure that if the customer hasn't already called us, which most of the time they've already called us to reinspect the site because of different situations, that we go out to that site and inspect that Class 1 violation on a permanent site within 60 days.
Madam Chair, can I?
Sure.
So, related to this question, I believe is the sort of certificate of correction process. So you have these, so the certificate, and don't go too far, you go. The certificate of correction is an affirmation saying the underlying condition is done, right? And we have a tremendous number of these that are outstanding. We're a compliance agency. We need to get our own books in order. So we rely on the owner to submit this affirmation. And until they do, it is considered an open violation. So when you kind of look at the numbers, it's sort of startling. You have folks go to oath, pay their summons, and think that the process is done, and aren't aware they still have to come to DOB. And I have to tell you, thank you, Preston Nimblock, Commissioner. Thank you, Jeff Shear. We're trying to work with Department of Finance to put in a tension point to remind them, hey, you have to go to DOB. We are one of our talented new Assistant Commissioners, Jamel Isidore, under Guillermo's shop. We are now engaged, begun to engage in a very aggressive program. We like in this administration to have taglines with the word get summonses corrected, to go out and aggressively, proactively try to resolve these. And it entails, and we're going to be rolling it out in the next couple of months, going out to elected officials, going out to community boards, reaching out to the agency, reaching out to those whose certificate of correction was disqualified, and reaching out to them to help them get it across the finish line, creating videos, being aggressive on social media, so that we can take down that universe, discern what is a failure to submit this correction from what is an instance where there is the underlying condition still open, so that we can then take 530 some odd inspectors and target it in that fashion.
Yeah, that's helpful. I mean, with 2201-2205 Davidson and 1915 Billingsley and so many buildings, we have open violations in the case of Davidson from 1989, which is, you know, what do members of the public do with that?
And including in default judgments on a bunch of violations, like not even showing up to court. And that's why your comments with the previous commissioner were, I heard you.
Lock them up. No, I'm kidding. But I'm very, she said it. I'm very interested in working with the agency to just make sure you have the tools that you need, you know, to make sure these are resolved. Okay. A general question, are there metrics that the department is using at this time to measure if you're taking action on the most critical buildings? Of course, 1915 Billingsley comes to mind, the St. Anne's Garage. Are there, similar to the risk-based inspection system that the fire department uses, does DOB use your data in any particular way?
Now, we do the proactive sweeps on construction sites that we talked about, but too often we're doing sweeps of building like 1950, sweeps of buildings owned by owners like 1915 after the fact. What you are talking about is precisely what I referenced when I used the phrase predictive analytics. We need to go out and build a team that taps into all the available data to essentially discern a universe of high risk and take the steps to mitigate it. Again, a lot of these incidents that have received a lot of attention, I would respectfully point to the human error. That doesn't negate the fact that we have an aging housing stock and we have bad actors. We as an agency need to free up resources to not be complaint driven, to have a team that plays on our terms, that uses data analysts, engineers, inspectors, creates a universe of buildings and a universe of bad actors, and takes our resources, whatever they are, if they are X plus whatever, and target those preemptively and proactively. We are not there yet. I would love to work with you to get this agency moving in that direction.
Thank you, Commissioner. A follow-up?
Say that, please.
And the sticks to enforce it, right? So just having the proactive inspections is not enough. We really need the follow-up enforcement and the real sticks to get owners to comply to those violations.
Yeah, let me know what you need. I'll LS it.
Do.
So you mentioned that things are improving with the Department of Finance. Folks pay off their oath violations. That information hasn't, historically gone to DOB. That's what I just understood you to say. How much of outstanding DOB violations do you think will be accounted for by a sweep of that information from the Department of Finance or from oath?
So just touching on something the commissioner mentioned earlier, which is DOF's conversion of DOB summonses to property liens. So that's work that the Department of Finance has started in recent years. I believe they're in their third or fourth fiscal year of doing that. And so far it's been effective, so they're doing more and more of it each fiscal year. So last fiscal year they converted 1481 DOB issued summonses into property liens, and that was a total of $10.6 million. But even them starting that process and initiating that process has resulted in owners paying down their debt. So we're working with the Department of Finance to pursue similar strategies. As far as our lien authority can currently take us, our lien authority is limited currently, primarily to residential buildings of a certain size and with a certain amount of debt. So as the commissioner mentioned earlier, that's something that we're looking at to see if there's an expansion there that we can take advantage of in order to have a stronger enforcement tool. And something we're also working with the Department of Finance on. So while they're responsible for collections, we are taking a hard look at our data. We're trying to see which are the property owners that owe the most amount of money with respect to our summonses, that have the most open summonses. And we're populating that list, sharing with the Department of Finance, and asking them to prioritize collection against those owners and debtors.
Madam Chair, if I might say one other thing, and I got to try to word this where I don't sound like I'm contradicting myself, saying, well, all we could do is hand out summonses, and then I say to you, we need some legislative help to hand out more summonses. But I think it speaks to different universes, right? There's some folks who, regardless of how many summonses, are not going to act. We need stronger sticks. But there are folks who do react to summonses. And one of the things I think we would like to have a conversation with you is, again, going back to the certificate of corrections, if we don't get one on something that's immediately hazardous, the idea would be to give us the ability to have a one-time penalty or a recurring penalty. And again, tailoring it specifically for certificate of corrections, giving out violations for something that's immediately hazardous. I think that might get some folks' attention. Again, not the bad actors that needs other sticks, but another universe of folks out there.
And if the penalties become lienable, as was mentioned, it helps as well. Thank you. So next question, IBO suggests that issuing greater financial penalties against property owners who fail to give access for building inspections could generate upwards of $13 million annually. This rationale is underscored by the death of the construction worker that we have been talking about from Borough Park. How much are fines for failure to provide access, and how do they stack up against the real cost of doing illegal business?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part of
The question? Yeah. Yep. How much are the fines for failure to provide access? So how much does DOB fine a building, right? And how in your estimation, does that stack up against the cost of doing illegal business?
So specifically as it relates to permitted construction sites, if they do not provide us access, and we see workers on site, right? It's not just a closed site with nobody there, but if we see people on site and they do not provide us access, it is a full stop work order, is an immediate full stop work order.
Got it. And what about at reactive inspection sites?
Say it again?
On reactive, so the other part of that where you can't observe the workers.
So if it's just a closed site, we will re-inspect that site a minimum of 2 times to see if it's an active site. If we go back 2 more times and we don't see work during that time, we'll consider that a closed site or inactive site.
Okay, thank you. We're nearing the end of my questions. I hope that makes people excited. So moving to the case of 1915. First, the owners there call me too many times per week, explaining that they have resolved all open violations, all open DOB issues, all open HPD issues. That is not reflected on the website. Can you share an update just on that particular site?
Yeah, just so you know, I'm sure your inbox is filled, but I sent you the response that Yigal is going to give voice to right now.
Okay, thank you.
So as you know, we've been working very closely with the owner of 1915 Billingsley. We've been, for the first few months, I would say for the first month, we met with them almost daily. Since that time, we've been meeting with them weekly and reviewing all the open violations, all the open issues that they had. We've been at the building numerous times. At this point, we've lifted the vacate on all but 8 apartments, 6 that were impacted during the collapse. At this point, the owner has resolved the majority of the violations. And I specifically say the owner, there's 2 violations that are related to the sidewalk shed company. They need to resolve those violations, but the violations directed towards the owner, they've resolved the majority of those violations. But as the commissioner mentioned earlier, the certificate of corrections process is what they haven't completed at this point. So they've submitted 2 certificate of corrections. 1 was accepted, 1 is in process and being reviewed. The rest of the violations, they have not submitted the paperwork yet. And that's something that we've discussed with them, and they said they are working on that. So that's the disparity about what we're seeing in the field and what you're seeing in terms of data on our building information system.
Thank you. That's helpful to understand, and more so even as an example of this problem of the certifications. Okay, so 1915 is an example of an error by a professional, right? A structural column, structural brick was misclassified as decorative. So this, to me, raises the question of DOB's current practices and also capacity to audit such submissions. You mentioned, Commissioner Otto, that in subsequent conversations, you mentioned that DOB looked back at the plans and caught the error of a plan that was submitted months prior to the partial collapse. So what share of professionally certified jobs does DOB audit each year?
So let me have Yigal try to explain it to you, which I think, well, let me have Yigal explain it to you, and then I'll.
So let me just take a step back in terms of the actual filing for 1915 Billingsley. That was a filing that was completed by the owner's engineer. He submitted that application to the Department of Building as a pro-cert application, which indicates that it doesn't go through full plan exam. If he had submitted that as a full plan examination, in terms of the facade restoration work, the department looks at zoning, life safety, egress as the primary elements during a plan examination. Whether or not that column was structural or not is not something that we typically look at in terms of a full plan exam review. This goes back to the 1970s when the city was in financial, what's a good word for that?
Financial
distress, where the building department didn't want to hold up applications for work. At this point, we consistently review plan exam for those 3 items. So in terms of reviewing a plan for full structural stability is not something that we consistently do on a full plan examination.
So we would not, Madam Chair, we would not catch it, we would not see it on the drawings.
Thank you.
We would have to go to the site, standing there with the drawings, looking at the site.
Got it. So even a full plan examination, if one had been triggered, would not have looked at this issue. Okay. Okay. So that said, for pro-cert applications, is there a number of them that are audited each year, and if so, for what? What would the department be looking for?
I don't know who would be here. Gus, you wanted? And can we talk about the auditing function coming on DOB now at some point in the future?
Hi. So the department currently does review of all professionally certified applications that have a zoning implication, we audit those for zoning prior to the approval for a permit. This is something that has changed since, I want to say, the implementation of DOB now, where we, and probably a little bit earlier, but so basically 100% of zoning is checked on new buildings and alterations that change the certificate of occupancy. So those plans are not permitted to go to permit until a DOB staff member does a zoning review. We then proceed through the traditional plan examination process, where we will issue objections and go back and forth with the applicant till we get corrections. And then we also still have our zoning challenge process as well for any other public concerns on zoning. As it relates to other professionally certified applications, we are taking a look at implementing a risk-based program for auditing of those applications. We do other audits as well. We currently are reviewing supportive excavation filings and other types of filings as well when the need arises. Some of them are programmatic, based on just whether it be an act of the professional that is calling our attention to that person, fee reviews, or the type of work that is being performed. As we continue to roll out DOB Now and the audit component there, we'll be able to get better granularity and connect many of the dots that will, for instance, put together a smarter audit program. One of the things that we'd like to look at would be, for instance, the 2022 New York City Building Code recently enacted added much more information for assessing adjoining buildings when doing work such as underpinning or supportive excavation. That would prevent things such as, hopefully, the scenario that Councilmember Ressler was discussing, where the adjoining property construction caused damage and a vacate to the adjoining property. We're collecting more information in our data as to what is going on next door to the building that's being developed, not just the zoning characteristics of the building that's being built. So even if professionally certified, we can then combine that with the property data of the adjoining property to understand, does it have a history of violations, structural issues? What are the types of construction that were used to build that building when it was originally constructed, to build out a risk profile for where we can better expend our resources on those types of reviews. And we're looking at doing that throughout our entire audit program. So looking at it from what is the greatest risk to public, both from a safety perspective of the finished construction, as well as to the general public during construction and during installation. What are the hazards that are present there?
Thank you for answering my follow-up questions regarding what you look at in terms of the risk. Okay. Thank you for that, and just want to underscore that this is certainly the direction that I want to support the agency in going, to make sure that you use the information you have available to you in formulating this new way of implementing risk-based audits. Are you looking at violation data and sort of debts owed?
That is definitely something that we would be taking into account, potentially from whether it's a particular contractor, architect or engineer, filing rep, property history in general.
Got it.
And seeing what combination leads to the best results for compliance and heading off problems down the path.
Thank you so much. How many self-certified plans does DOB receive in a year?
I don't know. I'll get that number. I don't know.
It generally tends to 50 to 60% of our total filings for the,
I'm sorry?
50 to 60% of our total filings for the years.
Got it.
Generally where we are.
Got it. You all should see my notes. They get much spicier as I get more tired. I'll show you those later. Okay, thank you for that. I guess I want to end. I want to conclude this section, and I actually think we've run through a lot of the questions that I had. But I want to conclude this section on, the relationship to 1915 by saying thank you to the agency for your swift action against this particular engineer. And I know Commissioner and I talked about, what this meant for the tenants to see the swift action. I mean, they weren't upset to see the guy, give up his license for several years, but we are talking about families who lost it all. They lost their very personal items that you can't put a value on. And so just want to share that in this forum, to just underscore the importance of the work that you do as an agency. These are people's lives, people's memories, people's culture that are at risk when there are bad actors or careless actors in the city of New York.
Madam Chair, the day of the collapse, my chief of staff and I were standing next to each other, and we were looking up at the corner of the building, and then in the top apartment, of course, of all things I noticed, I'm like, is that a bench? Is that a guy's barbell? And the guy behind me says, yeah. And I turn around, and it was the owner of that, the tenant in that apartment. That was his. And so I shared with the team your perspective about to the owner, to the tenants whose lives were turned upside down. 2 years, maybe not enough for them when relative to what they experienced. We also have the state board, by the way, that can turn those 2 years into a more strenuous penalty. But for 2 years, this individual will cool his jets and not ply his trade. And I understood your sentiment when we spoke. I understand the tenant sentiment. And that's why we are so determined to bring this agency to the point where we're on offense, trying to intercept before these events happen.
Thank you, Commissioner. And not my last question, but final comment on this section is on the violations that are outstanding and the certifications of corrections that don't happen. Just want to reiterate my excitement to work with you to make that better and to just provide better information to the public. I think it's very nerve-wracking to live in a building that has hundreds of one agency's kind of violations and then dozens of DOB violations. It's so nerve-wracking because you don't know whether or not you're safe, right? And so just want to make sure to say that, want to work with you on that, want to get the information as up to date as
tenants
possible.
should know if it's because the underlying condition still exists and they should be aware of that, or it's because somebody refuses for whatever reason to submit, I'll call it a piece of paper, but you know what so I'm with you on that, and hopefully we'll be in a different position in a few months, and we've made some progress. I will say, Madam Chair, we did a little canary in the coal mine, and we did a mailing to one to four property owners. And the response was, I'm looking for Jamel, the response was forceful. The response maybe almost too good because it created a little bit of a backlog that we're working through. But it's a good thing. We're correcting our books. We're a compliance agency. Our books should be as up to speed as possible.
I got calls about that, so yes, I agree.
A couple of community boards didn't like it, but we've learned a lesson from it and the outreach that needs to happen ahead of time. But people noticed that little postcard, and we've made progress on eliminating some of those outstanding CFCs.
Thank you so much. Sheds. I know the administration cares a lot about sheds. Are there any aspects of the Get Sheds Down initiative as proposed by the mayor that includes increased penalties, taking into account the Manhattan Borough President's financial support, but are there carrots and sticks?
Yeah, so it's council legislation. My understanding is some of the bills, if not all of them, have been introduced. Councilmember Powers, Councilmember Botcher, bills. Do you want to go through it, Guillermo?
Yeah.
Pop quiz, Guillermo.
There's two components of the plan that involve increased penalties. So the first component focuses on local law 11 buildings. So those are our taller buildings. There's a universe of about 15,000 buildings that fall into our local law 11 universe. And for those buildings, we want to monitor closely the progress that they make towards beginning and completing their facade repairs. So what we're proposing is introducing new penalties, and we're calling them milestone penalties. So the first one would kick in if you fail to file repair plans by a certain date. The next milestone would be pulling a permit to conduct those repairs. And then the final milestone would be actually completing the facade repairs. So those are milestones we would expect local law 11 buildings to adhere to, where they file the report with DOB and repairs to the building are required. And then the next set of penalties we're considering are penalties that would apply in certain areas of the city. So we're looking at commercial districts specifically. And once a sidewalk shed has been installed for a certain period of time, right now we're considering 90 days, the building owner would start accruing penalties that would increase over time. So the first increase would be once the sidewalk shed has been there for 3 years, and then the penalty would go up again once the sidewalk shed has been there for 4 years. So we're really targeting with this proposal long-standing sidewalk sheds. So those that have truly been in place for an extended period of time. So on average, our sheds are up about a year. When we talk about the 3+ universe of sheds, we're talking about a universe of about 1,000 buildings.
Thank you. Any other zones aside from commercial zones that would be targeted for the increased penalties?
It would be local law 11 buildings throughout the city, and then certain buildings in commercial districts, and still working through what those are going to be. So I'd love to have that conversation with you as well.
Great, thank you so much. And my last question, before Councilmember Brewer asks her last question, looking back at the PEGs and the number of positions, number of vacancies that have been reduced within the agency, just do you have any thoughts right now about your priorities in your conversations with OMB about PEG reductions? And particular, I want to highlight that there were 18 construction safety division inspectors that were eliminated in the last 2 PEG rounds. Are those going to be prioritized?
Yeah, try to get back some of what we lost, try to get some of these resources for some of these new goals, again, to get us on offense. Don't want to mention specific enforcement units that need a little help more than others. But yeah, the conversations with OMB continue. I listen to every word Jock says for clues, but I want to see what we can get back, and I know, we know as a team where we want to go, what we need, and we're gonna try to get what we need.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Councilmember Brewer.
Quickly, I was wondering how many TPP, tenant protection plans, you get involved in, if many. We got a situation at 353 West 58th Street. It's the Hudson Hotel. 37 residents, construction, elevators, a piece of plywood. I could go on. And it's a complaint that the building doesn't have good oversight over TPP. So I just didn't know if that's something that, is there division for it, or how?
So we actually reorganized the Enforcement Bureau, so now we have the Office of Tenant Advocate, Sarah Desmond, who does a great job, and the real-time...
She's terrific, yes.
Right, thank you for that. And the Real-Time Enforcement Unit have sort of been merged, and they're the ones that are tasked with responding to some of these work without permit issues in these multiple dwellings. We try to respond to those complaints within 24 hours. Where we find that nothing, where a TPP was required but hasn't been filed, we issue a stop work order. I think it comes with a $5,000 or $6,000 fine.
Okay.
The number of, in 2023,
right,
the Office of Tenant Advocate received 2,472 inquiries. Of those inquiries we received, around 1,200 inspections were conducted by our multiple dwelling inspection unit. And there were around 1,200 referrals made to other city agencies. That number is slightly down from 2022. The number of violations in 2003 of our Office of Tenant Protection, 15,593 complaints. We did 18,000 inspections, right? Lots of numbers here. And we have around 2,000 oath and 1,500 DOB violations. Around 613 stop work orders.
How many stop work orders?
613?
And that's in 2-3?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. All right, I appreciate it. I mean, I think that the TPPs are hard because they are often, you know, in-place tenants, obviously, that's what a TPP is, plus construction, dust, probably a complicated inspection, would be my guess. So I appreciate this information, so I'll follow up on the building.
Councilmember, just a little bit more.
Sure.
One additional item is the 2022 building code enacted the requirement for a special inspection to confirm compliance with the tenant protection plan.
Okay.
This requires the owner to retain the services of an independent architect or engineer to check for periodic compliance between our visits, for the contractor to comply with the tenant protection plan. They're not supposed to have a direct relationship with the contractor, so this is an independent set of eyes in addition to DOBs that can check to make sure the contractor is living up to what's on the TPP and call us if needed, or just take direct action with the owner about getting the site into compliance.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. And with that, I want to thank the agency commissioner. This is really a mind warp to have you on that side and all the rest. But thank you for your testimony. And I really do just want to emphasize that there's so much that this committee and this council wants to work on with the agency. And, you know, the future is bright. Thank you.
We will be moving to public testimony. Just as a reminder, if you are here and like to testify in person, please fill out a slip with the sergeant so that we can call you up.
We will be taking a 5-minute recess. And do you want to call up the first panel?
Let's wait and see if other people do the slips.
Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Please fill out slips if you would like to testify, and we will get started again. Okay, we're gonna call the session back to order and call up our first public panel. Thank you so much for being here, everybody.
We're going to start with Pascal Leon, Gabriela Sandoval Requena, and Barika Williams. Please come up to the table.
I didn't even see y'all back there. Everything is blurry now. Go ahead.
You can start when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you for holding this meeting. Committee Chair Sanchez, members of the council, and council staff, thank you for taking the time to listen to us and the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying on behalf of New Destiny Housing. My name is Gabriela Sandoval Requena. I am the Director of Policy and Communications. New Destiny's mission is to end the double trauma of abuse and homelessness among domestic violence survivors. We do this by developing supportive housing for survivors and shelter, like our 2 sites in Council District 14, assisting those who are fleeing abuse to obtain subsidies and find safe new homes, and advocating for more housing resources. New Destiny is also a co-convener of the Family Homelessness Coalition and a member of the Supportive Housing Network of New York and also ANHD. Why do we do this work? Because despite the fact that only 50% of domestic violence cases are reported, in 2022, the NYPD filed 1 domestic violence incident report every 2 minutes. In other words, since this hearing started, more than 120 survivors called the police for abuse, and countless others suffered in silence. Domestic violence continues to be a main cause of homelessness in New York City, and access to safe and affordable permanent housing will determine whether survivors leave their abuser, survive, and rebuild their lives. We are submitting extended written testimony, so I'm gonna use this time to summarize our 4 key points. First, we're deeply concerned with the alarming low 1.4% vacancy rate for rentals in 2023, especially with the net rental vacancy rate for homes under 2,400 falling below 1%. The lack of housing makes it extremely difficult for survivors and all New Yorkers with rental assistance to find housing. The administration must ensure that both HPD and DOB have enough resources to clear the backlog of affordable housing projects and develop and train new staff. Additionally, we also want to call attention to 2 administrative solutions that will improve timely access to affordable housing and would not cost the city anything. 1, allow survivors of domestic violence access to HPD homeless set-aside units, as the mayor promised in the Housing Our Neighbors Blueprint back in 2022. And 2nd, open city-funded supportive housing.
I'm supposed to interrupt you and ask if you would like to complete your testimony.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
15 seconds, sorry about that. So I was saying, open up city-funded supportive housing to domestic violence survivors and their children who are not currently eligible for NYC 1515. And last but not least, New Destiny also supports the network's recommendations to improve NYC 1515. Given the extremely low housing vacancy rate, the city must develop additional congregate units above the original commitment of 7,500 homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair Sanchez and members of the committee, as well as staff. My name is Pascal Leon. I'm the Executive Director of the Supportive Housing Network of New York. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. I have 3 quick points. I won't read through all my testimony. You have it here written. My first one will be focused, as Gabrielle had mentioned, on improving the New York City 1515 Supportive Housing Initiative. The second one being just pay and ensuring that our human service workforce gets a COLA. And lastly, fully staffing critical city agencies that are associated with developing and operating supportive housing in New York City. And so with regard to New York City 1515, this is the city's primary mechanism for supportive housing development, but sadly, it's falling short of its goal of meeting 15,000 units by 2030. The program relies on scattered site model, which where nonprofit rents units off of the private market and brings services to tenants. But as Gabriella mentioned, with the housing vacancies, finding accessible, affordable, and quality units is very difficult, functionally zero in New York City. And as a result, we see in this model, particularly on the scattered site, that only 17% of scattered site units under the New York City 1515 were awarded after 8 years, where they should be around 50%. Just by comparison, for the congregate, the new construction, there are about 80% that are awarded, open, or in construction. And so we developed a very comprehensive plan that talks about the reallocation, quickly expanding the supply. Secondly, we're not trying to get away from the scattered site model, but we want to reduce how many more awards there will be and fix some of the structural issues. Also, to develop a dedicated supportive housing preservation program.
Would you like to complete your testimony?
Yes, please. To develop a supportive housing preservation program in HPD, and then lastly, to investigate this affordable housing overlay model, looking at pairing scattered site in HPD finance buildings like Sarah and like Ella. We really want to align the rates with New York City 1515 scattered sites, so there's parity amongst the models, and ensure that, as Gabriella had mentioned, that we could extend the program for folks experiencing survivors of domestic violence, as well as folks who are exiting prisons and jails. And then just quickly, the success of the supportive housing is really predicated on the investment in our workforce. So we need a COLA, asking that $150 million for this fiscal year, with an additional 3% in fiscal year 26 and 27, totaling 16% over 5 years, keeping pace with union workers. And then lastly, fully funding staff at city agencies, as was discussed this morning, just the impact in the comptroller's report on the understaffing in city agencies that's causing delays in the development of affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just one quick clarification question. On point 3, using 1515 service and operating, develop a dedicated supportive housing preservation program. Is this a proposal to create a unit within the development team?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Barika Williams. I'm the Executive Director of the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, or ANHD. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for having us here today, and thank you to the committee members and to the staff for, I know it is a very long day. So we also have extended written testimony that spans between housing and general welfare that will be submitted in writing, because our housing issues span across the two. To come, I'm going to hit the highlights as well. So one ask and request is for the council to continue to support the Community Housing Preservation Strategies Initiative, CHPSI as we all call it, and requesting funding at $4.95 million in the FY25 budget. This gets spread across 45 CBOs selected by their local council members to do local on-the-ground work with tenants, homeowners, counseling, direct services, and tenants associations. This is really how we get to a lot of our direct services with CBOs to tenants through community-based organizations. Also included in that, I would just want to lift this up, is ANHD's Displacement Alert Project. The DOB Commissioner mentioned wanting data specifically on, he said, I would love to have the analytics on this. And I was like, well, we have it. We could already do that for you. And so I think especially with a little bit of additional support could maybe provide them some customized analytics of what they're looking for from a program that the City Council has historically supported. Also requesting that we address HPD staffing, which has become a significant issue, is causing a production of about 42% in the is causing a delay in production by about 42% in this upcoming fiscal year. So it's becoming a huge issue for our pipeline of projects. We support Homes Now, Homes for Generation campaign for $2 billion over the next 4 years, specifically $1 billion to Neighborhood Pillars program, as well as we ask the City Council to contribute to NYCHA Capital in order to preserve 15,000 homes. If I could continue and just finish. And then just two additional things that haven't come up. We urge the city to consider including and matching what we're hoping will come through at the state is $250 million in emergency preservation funds, recognizing that affordable and supportive housing, we're at the back of the line for rent arrears and continue to have a backlog in their ability to operate their buildings and units. And I also just want to lift up that one of the things that DOB mentioned is people paying for fees for accelerated permitting, and this is something that actually we feel like very strongly should be an accelerated process that is for our public good projects, not for our pay-to-play projects, and would like to see the accelerated priority list really be prioritized for affordable, supportive housing and community facilities and needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A clarifying question. You mentioned that HPD staffing issues are still causing a delay in production of 42% in this upcoming fiscal year. But HPD did tout their hiring, in code enforcement. But what is the lay of the land on the development side?
Yeah, and we do want to recognize they've been hiring they've made big efforts. They've, according to what we know, hired about 860 full-time employees in the past 6 fiscal quarters. So do want to acknowledge the progress that they've made, but they would need to increase its production by about 42% in the upcoming fiscal years to meet its pre-existing goals based on where its staffing levels are. So we've got this, the deficit has now impacted our ability to even execute on the previously existing housing plans, goals, and pipeline.
Got it, thank you. So is there a related increase in staffing or particular titles that you think we should focus on?
I can look into that and provide that later. I know that one of the departments that we had previously still seen staffing shortages were specifically around preservation and legal, being 2 places that were causing significant and substantial slowdowns in the pipeline and projects.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer?
Yeah, thank you for your comment about the fee for the accelerators. I was a little surprised. 2, 1 was the commissioner stated that it doesn't pay for the whole project, and then second, all I could think of is, you pay, you get priority, but all the other folks don't. So to me, just get rid of the fee and everybody should be fairly treated, because I doubt they'll ever, to be honest with you, prioritize affordable housing, which is what we care about. So can you give me a little bit more information of what your experience is with that? I like to pretend I know everything. I don't. So I didn't know about this fee.
So I would say this is a good question to go back and ask DOB and HPD. The way they have presented the fast tracking is that certain projects can be requested to fast track, and that in theory, affordable housing projects are being fast tracked. Is what
you didn't say that today. That's what I was asking.
That is correct, and I'm not sure that our members would say that their experience is that they are being fast tracked. So there's what is written in the program or what has been presented in the program publicly, and I would say what many of our ANHD, our Shinny members, New Destiny being one, experience, which is that they're not on a fast track, and we have obviously all seen some recent reports of projects that paid to go to the front of the line. I think our concern is if who gets to go to the front of the line is who can pay for it. A, to your point, Councilmember, then what you're paying should pay for everything. And then B, that means that our affordable housing projects are gonna always stay at the back of the line because there is no way that they could build in covering a fast tracking cost into their projects. It's just their term sheets won't even allow them to do that. So it just means we're sort of slowing down this pipeline even more.
Yeah, that explains why we get so many calls from affordable housing builders. Just one more example of why they're so frustrated on the time frame.
Yeah.
I think if I may say, this little small nuanced topic needs a little bit more investigation.
Yeah. And I will note that the slowing down is costing our affordable housing projects more. The longer that takes, the more they are carrying the cost of the land, the pre-development, right? That whole process gets stretched out. That costs money during that time. So the longer it takes before they can actually do a C of O and open their doors, the more ultimately the project costs for them as our affordable housing nonprofit developers and owners, and us as a city.
And just to say it plainly, we are not at this moment talking about the delays in receiving financing. We're talking about after construction, just the inspections that are required from the Department of Buildings to open.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much to this panel. Appreciate you.
The next panel can come up to the table. Adrian Holder, Ami Shah, Runa Rajagopal, and Viviana Gordon.
Hello, thank you for still being here.
Absolutely. I know we're all timed. Hello. So, good evening. Good evening. And thank you to the City Council's Housing and Building Committee for the opportunity to testify about the crucial need to improve the city's right to counsel and anti-harassment tenant protection programs to better serve our communities by preventing evictions and preserving safe, affordable.
I'm sorry, is your microphone on?
Oh, I thought it is. I need it closer. Okay. So sitting through this hearing this afternoon and into the evening, I remain extremely impressed with how committed. There's a lot of heroes here of mine, new and former, or older or seasoned. But I am so impressed with your commitment and engagement that you all have on these very important issues. So I'm Adrian Holder from the Legal Aid Society, and I'm joined by Runa Rajagopal from the Bronx Defenders and Ami Shah from Legal Services NYC, and together we represent a coalition of 17 legal service providers in New York City. We'll be submitting more detailed written testimony later. As a legal services provider community, we are committed to ensuring that the right to counsel realizes its full potential for preventing homelessness and displacement of low-income and vulnerable New Yorkers, building tenant power and balancing the scales of justice by making housing court a place where tenants can achieve real outcomes in their housing cases. And in that spirit, and drawing on lessons learned from 6 years of right to counsel implementation, we offer this testimony to provide feedback and recommendations about this historic program. It is critical for low-income people to have legal representation in housing proceedings. Tenants who have an attorney in eviction proceeding are less likely to get evicted. However, housing eviction prevention work encompasses more than the essential halting of evictions. It also involves identifying income supports for the entire household, securing eligible housing subsidies, and addressing hazardous housing conditions to safeguard both tenants and the housing stock. May I finish?
Would you like to finish your testimony?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Any other understanding of housing law practice disregards the holistic staffing needed to provide quality representation to resolve these complex eviction cases to obtain favorable results that meet client goals, address poverty, and stabilize households, and also stabilize entire communities. Fully funding the Right to Counsel program is part of the solution to the housing affordability crisis that is plaguing this city. Keeping low-income people in their homes is essential not only for their well-being, but also as a bulwark against the loss of affordable rents in the housing market. The new housing vacancy survey published by HPD, among many things, reveals that when a low-income tenant is evicted, their apartment will not be rented again to another low-income tenant. Instead, the rent will likely be raised and that unit will become unaffordable. The funding needed to fully implement Right to Counsel is significantly less than the nearly $2 billion spent on sheltering the unhoused. Money spent on Right to Counsel significantly offsets the need to spend money on shelters. In response to questions we received about the cost to fully implement Right to Counsel, last year providers estimated that an additional $351 million in funding per year was needed. That amount assumed a much lower number of filed and calendar cases that were eligible for Right to Counsel, with an average case rate that the legal services providers have calculated last year at about $7,500. Updated data reveals that approximately 79,000 cases, and not the 44,444 that the city proposes to fund going into new fiscal years are estimated to be eligible for the program. Therefore, the providers believe the need for funding is significantly higher than even 1 year ago. We are extremely grateful for the council's advocacy to have the city allocate an additional $20 million to the program last year. We thank you all for pushing the city to make that initial investment. However, the estimated costs associated with the additional eligibility of all seniors, regardless of income, who are now eligible under laws that you all passed, and the general increase in cost of living exceed that additional funding this year. Even if the Right to Counsel program were to receive the influx in funding that it needs to cover the full universe of eligible cases, legal services providers need more time to build pipelines to aid in the recruitment of staff, as well as to develop staff and supervisors to be able to achieve the staffing levels needed to handle the volume of cases. I'm now going to hand it over to Runa, who's going to talk to you about other aspects of our programs.
Good evening. My name is Runa Rajagopal. I'm with the Bronx Defenders. I'm also on the steering committee for the LEAP Coalition. I'm very grateful to be here before the council today. Picking up where my colleague left off, I wanted to focus on two important points where we want to continue to partner with the council. One is to talk about the Anti-Harassment Tenant Protection Program that was recently RFP'd in August, and two is to talk about funding fairness and pay parity, which I know you all have been supporters and partners in talking about. Just like my colleague talked about the importance of Right to Counsel, the Anti-Harassment Tenant Protection Program is unique and distinct and supplements what the Right to Counsel does. As you all know, it developed in 2015, and the purpose is to fight against gentrification, tenant harassment, housing displacement, mostly of Black and brown communities in the city. And legal services organizations, we partner with community organizers across the city to fight forces that displace tenants and their families, to improve and preserve the quality and safety of affordable housing, and to stabilize communities. And we know that there's both the short-term and long-term harm of housing displacement, and there are all sorts of other harms and consequences that come from homelessness and losing one's home, legal system, entanglement, family separation, incarceration, and just the perpetuation of harmful poverty throughout generations, in fact. In the last year, in partnership with organizers and other partners, we were able to collectively help help tenants in no less than 22,000 matters just last year, and almost 7,000 complaints. May I finish? Yes, thank you. Filed almost 7,000 complaints to challenge rent hikes, fight discrimination, and demand essential services that tenants and their families deserve. Some of those complaints you discussed earlier to the DOB and other agencies. Through this program, again, which is value added to Right to Counsel, it allows us to work against to address repairs and conditions, to provide group representation, building-wide representation, and to help people before cases are filed, which again is an important aspect of this program. And so we don't even know how far this program has reached tenants and families in terms of the benefits, because there's so much unquantifiable benefit to it. So similar to what my colleague talked about, we need investment in this program in terms of funding the program fully, in terms of a case rate. We talked about, I want to uplift the 7,500 case rate and want to account for the full costs of the program to provide the level of services that our clients and tenants and community members deserve. Which takes me to funding fairness and pay parity. We can't talk about this enough. When we talk about our work, it's so important for us to center the need and how hard things are for the people we serve and are accountable to. They are struggling, they are marginalized, they need more help than ever. But it may or may not surprise you to know that in our programs, our staff who are doing the day in and day out of this work, and that's attorneys, but not just attorneys. We need social workers, justice workers, paralegals, benefit advocates, the administrative staff and the like, may not be that far away from our clients in doing this work. And to provide, again, the quality, zealous level of services that our clients deserve, and to make the work sustainable and equitable, we need to fight to invest and pay our staff at competitive levels. And I know that the council has been a partner in this.
I do need to ask you to wrap.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up right now, which is just to say there is a wage gap here. We are not competitive. We are losing people to government, the government sector. And whereas the Office of the Attorney General makes starting $90,000, we're at, we're not there. We're at, some of our programs are at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%, or at least paying less than 10 to 20,000 at the city level. And so we can't compete and we can't keep people, and we know that recruiting the best, keeping the best is gonna allow us to provide the services that our clients deserve. So now I'm gonna pass it over to my colleague, Ami Shah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ami Shah. I am at Legal Services NYC, testifying along with my colleagues here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council. While my colleagues talked about some of the substantive issues around proper funding for our housing programs, one of the biggest issues that's affecting us right now is that we are 3.5 months short of our contracts expiring for over $173 million that represent both our AHTP funding and our right to counsel funding for the legal services provider citywide. To date, we have not received any awards on the request for proposals that the city requested for this funding. Those were submitted on December 1st, and in the meantime, while we await for those awards, we need time to implement whatever contract provisions we receive. We're requesting that the council partner with us in requesting contract extensions now, so that in the 3 months when our contracts are up and we're still implementing, we have the time to create programs that continue services for our clients. In addition to our extensions, there are also overall contract process challenges that our organizations have faced. The process itself of contracting with the city is rife with delays and administrative burdens on our agencies. So for example, from issuance to registering to invoicing these contracts, when we start with issuance, the RFP, although the city has time to prepare for the RFP before a contract is set to expire, often years of notice, they fail to do so timely, requiring our organizations to often have difficulty planning because we do not know what our funding will be, when it will be confirmed, and what services we will be funded to provide. Once contracts are issued, we also have difficulty registering those contracts. They're awarded, but it can take months for new contracts to be issued and registered, creating a gap. May I finish? Please, thank you. Creating a gap in our funding that our organizations are forced to try to fill. While this is common in the RFP and baseline contracting process, it's endemic when it comes to contract amendments. Because of the delay in contracting and the lack of flexibility within the reimbursement contract structure, each of our core contracts is funded by a series of amendments that must be separately registered and invoiced, causing further delay in payment to our organizations. These are coupled with technical challenges such as the migration to Passport that delay payments on our contracts, causing cash flow issues for many of our organizations. Lastly, with the process of invoicing is also extremely onerous, requiring record keeping and reporting from our finance teams that are stretched incredibly thin. To alleviate some of these concerns, we as a provider community have some suggestions. The city should incorporate timeframes for each step of the contracting and procurement process, giving providers sufficient time to implement new contracts. They should provide bridge loans for providers from the renewable grant without contract registration requirements to fill the gap in between contracts. They should cover interest incurred on a loan or line of credit used by our organizations to bridge the gap between city contracts.
should reduce the annual contract registration document requirements in Passport for renewals, and should provide advances of 50% instead of 25% to help address delays in the invoicing process. Our organizations have been at the front lines of defending New York City tenants for decades. We are passionate about this work and about our client communities, and together we represent all the contractors under the RTAC and AHTP contracts. We thank you for the opportunity to work with you and continue building effective, accessible programs that defend New York City tenants.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the Housing and Buildings Committee. My name is Viviana Gordon. I'm the Director of Planning and Implementation at the Center for Justice Innovation. And today I'm here to share the toll that housing instability and inequity are taking on our clients and the communities we work in. Our programs collectively serve tens of thousands of New Yorkers across all 5 boroughs each year, including people involved with criminal, family, and housing court systems, young people, individuals who are most at risk of being victims or perpetrators of violent crime, and public housing residents. Across all of our projects, we see every day how the lack of safe, stable housing is inherently traumatic and causes real crisis and despair. I work most directly with our housing justice projects, including the Eviction Diversion Initiative in Brooklyn Housing Court, the Red Hook and Harlem Community Justice Centers, which are the city's only community-based landlord-tenant courts that also have on-site help desks, and a network of neighborhood housing navigators across the city, including Far Rockaway, the South Bronx, East Harlem, and Red Hook. Our focus is preventing eviction and displacement, responding to hazardous repair conditions, improving access to justice, and connecting people to public benefits and legal services. We often find ourselves bridging the gap between the court system, city agencies, and communities. It's not lost on us every day that the disparity and disinvestment we see are deeply rooted in historic racial injustice and disproportionately impact already marginalized communities, particularly residents of public housing. Every day we work with NYCHA tenants experiencing egregious home conditions, including chronic stack leaks, electrical fires, infestations, gas outages lasting months, mold, and crumbling walls. These conditions contribute to chronic health problems and are devastating for mental health, something that is not acknowledged enough. May I continue?
Yes,
thank you. Unlike residents of private housing, who can call 311 and receive a city inspection from HPD, NYCHA residents must go to housing court and file an HP action, a burdensome process that can take months to resolve. This experience of working with tenants who have to go through this process has reinforced our call to City Council for NYCHA to be fully under HPD oversight, so public housing tenants have the same protections under the City Housing Maintenance Code as private tenants. We also asked the Council to urge HPD to begin implementing State Law S72A, A9387, which requires HPD maintain public record of code violations in the same manner as privately owned housing. Finally, we ask for the Council to urge HPD to communicate cited code violations directly to NYCHA, which is causing needless delays in addressing conditions. We know these measures will take additional resources, and we urge the Council to ensure that nonprofits like ours, all of ours, and city agencies receive adequate support to tackle this crisis effectively. Equitable access to safe, quality housing and code enforcement are essential to the health, safety, and vitality of our communities. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for your testimony, for still being here at 6:08. I did want to ask one clarifying question. Is the work that I don't know if each of your organizations do it or not, but is the work that some of your organizations do on HP actions, filing proactive HP actions on behalf of certain buildings, is that covered under your right to council contracts, or is that how is that funded?
Well, yes. So it is covered under the Anti-Harassment Tenant Protection.
So it's under those contracts. And to be clear, all of our housing contracts right now are in the RFP, or RFX, as it's called by the city. This cycle is in that process right now. We have not heard anything. The city's telling us that awards will be notified of awards soon. But we don't know what that means, and they were all submitted on December 1st. But it's the intent of the Anti-Harassment Tenant Protection Program that it will cover that kind of work. And I'd like to thank you and others on this committee for your leadership in helping all of our groups address some of the horrendous things that have been going on with buildings throughout the city and what's going on with the housing stock. Thank you.
No, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. The way that tenants react when they see a legal service provider with them, when there's someone around to answer their questions and there's someone around to sue a landlord who is being really horrible. It's just really heartening to see them realize they have power, even if that power is through you and through the work that we can do together. So you can certainly count on my support. I do want to encourage you all to, I'm not sure if general welfare has passed when their hearing is. Oh, it was this morning? Okay. To submit to them as well, as they have oversight over HRA, DSS, and also submit to the Public Housing Committee for their oversight as well. But thank you so much for your testimony today and for the work that you do for New Yorkers.
Next in-person panel will be Shakima Gillings, Mia Velez, Valerio Orselli, Albert Scott.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shakima Gillens. I'm a resident of a HDFC located in the South Bronx. And we've been facing a housing crisis, and we're experiencing inhabitable conditions. It says the building needs funding for capital improvements, repairs that are continuously occur, preventative measures, and building-wide improvements, operating expenses, and for implementing new systems to improve the management of the building. We're financially unstable. We're struggling to pay operating expenses, especially mortgage. Some residents were advised that we have estimated 6 months before going into foreclosure. There has been issues and current existing issues with maintenance and rental arrears. Gas, there has been no gas since March 2022. That's officially 2 years as of today. It's been caused by a gas leak that we had and being out of compliance with New York laws. February 2023, board was advised $136,000 was needed to fix gas. We were given hot plates due to no gas. The boiler has continuous issues over the years, including 2 out-of-service notices in February and March 2024. The roof needs to be repaired. There are leaks that lead to below floor in resident apartments. The chimney has a bit of damage that needs to be repaired. Then building-wide repairs, there's a lack of proper repair systems, preventative measures, and continuous leaks. There was, within the past 2 or 3 years, there was a leak that spilled over into residents, a sewage leak that spilled over into some residents' apartments. Building-wide intercom, there's continuous malfunction issues, and some haven't been resolved. A little bit of my quick story. From 2018, can I continue?
Please tell me about your story.
Okay, this is just very small, just an insight. So 2018 to 2024, that's 7 years. I've had apartment leaks 6 of the 7 years. There has become a quality of life, health, and safety concern for me. My intercom for my apartment hasn't worked in over 10 years. I've contacted, the regular channels, 311, HPD. to basically advise them of my issues. We don't want to be fined, penalized, receive violations, or lien, be bought out by a new owner, or be converted to a private landlord. That would add to the existing building issues, and we don't have the funds. What I would like to request is immediate attention and governance, seeking guidance, resources, including grants and funding, and a vote again that would provide support to reinstate building back to healthy operations. We'd like to save the building, people, investments, so they earned it. The building residents are loving, hardworking generations of family that reside in this building since the 1970s. Please help us. Thanks for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gillings. Can you clarify whether your HDFC is an owner, is a single owner, or is it cooperative?
It's a cooperative.
A cooperative.
Sorry, I didn't put that part.
Great. And you don't have to say it on the record since this is public, and but please approach one of our staff members and share your address so that we can follow up with you individually. Okay. After we close the hearing. Okay, which is soon, I think. Okay, but thank you for your testimony. These are very troubling conditions, and we look forward to helping you and your building figure this out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now be moving to folks who are on Zoom. When it's your turn to testify, you will be prompted to unmute. Please accept this prompt and begin your testimony. We will start with James Dill, followed by Paula Siegel, then Colin Kent Daggett.
Thank you. And for Zoom panelists, please note we do have to cut off at 2 minutes. Thank you.
Starting time.
Good evening. I'm Jim Dill, Executive Director of Housing and Services, Inc. We are a permanent supportive housing provider with 625 congregate units and 100 scatter site units. Permanent supportive housing, as you probably well know, is the most time-tested, most cost-effective and humane way of ending chronic homelessness. We are members of the Supportive Housing Network in New York, and we support all of the network's advocacy points for this hearing. I urge the committee to support the proposed reallocation of NY 1515 housing units and resources. The City's 1515 initiative to create 15,000 supportive housing units within 15 years is both a bold and necessary step to end homelessness. However, its 50-50 allocation to congregate and scatter site housing is not sustainable, as the current rental market does not provide enough acceptable housing stock to support the 7,500 units. We continually struggle with our current scatter site program to find and maintain acceptable housing units. We constantly fear that market conditions will ultimately make us a provider of substandard housing. In that event, we would become part of the problem and not part of the solution. We have no intention at this time for applying for 1515 scatter site units. We applaud the 1515 congregate program, which was fundamental to the development of our newest 107-unit project. We are seeking to apply again with the new congregate project. The 1515 program is crucial and should not fail due to the flawed 50-50 allocation. We urge the committee to support the reallocation of 1515 scatter site resources to new congregate units and to the preservation of our first-generation housing, which desperately needs additional funding to comply with Local Law 97. I thank you for your time this evening. And
Time's expired.
Testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next, Paula Siegel, followed by Colin Kent Daggett.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this hearing. I feel like I've learned a lot today, and I am really pleased to be in community with you, Committee Chair Sanchez, and the other members of the committee. My name is Paula Siegel. I'm speaking today as staff attorney in the Equitable Neighborhoods practice of Take Root Justice. My testimony today will be focused on the Community Land Trust Initiative, support for public housing, and the redesign of our municipal debt collection system to support neighborhood and housing stability. My colleague, Colin Kent Daggett, is also providing testimony to this committee today with a focus on the Stabilizing NYC initiative and Take Root's work in support of tenants in privately owned housing. Take Root is a member of the New York City Community Land Initiative, an alliance of grassroots affordable housing environmental and economic justice organizations working to promote community land trusts and neighborhood-led development. Take Root has received City Council discretionary funding through the citywide Community Land Trust Initiative since it launched in fiscal year 20. We at Take Root support the growing CLT movement for affordable community-controlled housing, commercial and community spaces through direct legal services to CLT members of the initiative and to other groups exploring the community land trust model. We provide everything from education on governance and incorporation to transactional legal services in support of negotiating ground leases and joint venture agreements. We also counsel on transactions. We want to thank the City Council for its vital support and urge you to increase funding for the citywide CLT initiative to $3 million in the fiscal 2020 budget. With this enhancement, the CLT initiative will be able to support 21 organizations, including new CLTs in Ravenswood and Edgemere, Queens, and Flatbush, Brooklyn, and expand citywide education, organizing, and technical assistance to meet the growing and urgent demand for community land trusts. In addition
Time's
to support...
expired. Thank you.
May I finish?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. So in addition to supporting the CLT initiative, we urge the City Council to ensure robust capital funding for the acquisition, rehabilitation, and preservation of community-controlled affordable housing. We're really excited for the Homes for Generations platform and to support that in whatever way we can. We also really want to echo what I heard our colleagues say earlier about the need for both capital and expense funding to support public housing and an equitable access to humane living conditions and planning for the future of the housing that residents live in. And finally, I just want to remind the committee, and particularly the chair, that we're all committed to working together to creating an enforcement system for municipal debt that is not a replication of Giuliani's lien sale, which the majority of this council has pledged not to bring back. And we're really excited for your leadership, Councilmember Sanchez, and also for the diligence of the Finance Committee staff who we're meeting with later this week to talk details. Be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you on the related program of third-party transfer reform.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. All right.
Thank you.
Next, Colin Kent Daggett, followed by Wendell Walters.
Thank you. I accidentally muted myself after you unmuted me. Hello, and thank you to Chairperson Sanchez and the committee for your leadership. My name is Colin Kent Daggett, and I'm an advocacy coordinator and paralegal with the housing rights team at Take Root. And as my colleague Paula mentioned, Take Root works side by side with community organizations, tenants, and community leaders as they fight against gentrification to demand better living conditions, affordable rents, and a voice in the policies that shape their neighborhoods. Take Root is a founder and coordinator of the Stabilizing New York City Coalition, which is a group of grassroots organizations that combines tenant organizing with legal representation to combat tenant harassment and preserve affordable housing for the New Yorkers who need it most. The City Council has funded Stabilizing NYC every year since 2014, and Take Root Justice and the 19 grassroots groups that are part of it form and strengthen hundreds of tenant associations across the city to fight against predatory equity tactics. My submitted testimony includes more detail about the challenges facing Take Root and other members of the coalition, but we are requesting $4 million to allow for a modest COLA increase to each of the 20 coalition members, helping to ensure that we can continue to do the same amount of work as business and living costs have risen sharply and encourage staff retention in these very important roles. Further, our work would not be possible without funding from the Community Housing Preservation Strategies Initiative and the Community Land Trust Initiative, and we ask for your continued and enhanced support for these important initiatives. My colleague Paula testified about the CLT initiative, but through CHSPI, we fight alongside more than 45 community benefit organizations to prevent evictions, win repairs, empower tenants, and protect homes. Additionally, with that funding, we run a warm line on tenant rights for Council District 4, hold NYCHA accountable for repairs with tenant leaders in CD5, and conduct monthly tenant clinics and workshops with the Goddard Riverside SRO project in CD6.
Time's expired. Thank you.
Yeah, I finished my remarks. They're very brief.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Despite all of these efforts, tenants and communities in New York still find themselves under attack. Safe, affordable housing continues to be threatened as we emerge from the pandemic. And there was mention throughout today's hearing of a post-pandemic economy and recovery, but for New Yorkers who lost jobs, wages, family members, and more throughout the pandemic, the effects are still very much ongoing. Courts continue to be overwhelmed with eviction cases following the lifting of the moratorium, and tenants still struggle to continue to pay rent. I hope we can continue to work together to ensure that all New Yorkers have access to safe, affordable, and healthy housing and public spaces. Thank you for your attention and your commitment to our communities.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Next, we'll hear from Wendell Walters, followed by Memo Salazar.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair. Oops. Thank you, Chair Sanchez and members of the Housing and Buildings Committee for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Wendell Walters. I'm the manager of policy and advocacy at the Osborne Association. Osborne is one of the largest and oldest criminal justice service organizations in the state. Each year we serve 10,000 participants from arrest to reentry. Why, you may ask, is Osborne giving testimony in the Housing and Buildings Committee? It's a fair question. As previously stated, we are primarily a criminal justice service provider, and you wouldn't think of us as having an interest in housing policy and advocacy. Well, lack of stable housing or being unhoused is often part of the story preceding incarceration, and housing is often the most difficult reentry issue for the thousands of individuals who return to New York City from incarceration. With a newly reported vacancy rate of 1.4%, consider how difficult it must be for those who are returning to New York City after years of incarceration. According to the Coalition for the Homeless, every year since 2015, between 45 and 55% of those leaving state prison were discharged to the, as we all know, overwhelmed New York City shelter system. We cannot forget about these individuals, and Osborne is doing what we can with the soon-to-be opened Fulton Community Reentry Center in the Bronx. This transitional housing development has 140 beds for older men returning from prison and offers an array of reentry services. We are grateful for past council funding for Fulton, and we are again requesting council support in the amount of $250,000 for program services. We also have developed in partnership with an affordable housing developer, our Marcus Garvey Supportive Housing Project in Brownsville, that dedicated 52 units of permanent supportive housing for the previously incarcerated older adult. We have other similar permanent supportive housing projects in our modest pipeline. Osborne does the work. We are dedicated to the mission of supporting those who are inside and those who come home. People are most vulnerable, of course, after release, and that is when they most need the stability of
Time's expired. Thank you.
They face a host of issues as they integrate into society, and reentry housing at the top of the list. We urge the council to invest in reentry housing and support community-based organizations that are addressing this need. Thank you. We'll submit our full statement today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
Next, Memo Salazar, followed by Elena Wood.
Starting time. Starting time.
Hold on, you're not unmuted. Can we please unmute? There we go. Please begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Memo Salazar. I'm the co-chair of the Western Queens Community Land Trust. We're one of the recipients of City Council funding through the Community Land Trust Initiative. And thanks to you, we've been able to hire Pamela Herrera as our official coordinator, first as a part-time employee, but this past year on a full-time basis. And everyone else on the CLT is a volunteer, including myself. We all have to manage full-time jobs and families to do our CLT work. So having someone like Pam to devote herself full-time on this has allowed us to carry out community events, do more outreach, meet with elected officials, further our work, and so on. I realize our mayor is demanding that we tighten our belts and make cuts, while also promising that the solution to our housing crisis lies in rezoning through the City of Yes proposal. But the data on that is incredibly clear that just building more market rate housing with only the most minimal affordability level is going to create more of that high price market rate units that has gotten us into this mess. And the only way to combat that is through some serious funding on federal, state, and city levels, which is why I'm urging you to increase funding today for the CLT initiative this year to $3 million. That's money that we need if CLTs are going to be able to succeed in providing truly affordable housing that the developers have failed to create. Here in Queens, we now have CLTs in Ravenswood and Edgemere, but without funding, none of us have a chance to succeed. We have relationships to our communities that no consulting firm can compete with. We are better poised than anyone at bringing affordable housing projects to the people that need it the most. We also urge you to dedicate $3.22 billion in this year's budget to NYCHA for critical repairs and upgrades, because NYCHA apartments should be no different than luxury apartments that are standing just down the street. They should have heat, they should have working elevators, they should be just as safe and secure as the fanciest buildings that we have in New York City. Both the UN and our own state constitution have made it clear that housing is a human right. So we look to you as our representatives to back that philosophy up with funding. Some real funding that'll help us in New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the proof of concept work that you are all doing at Western Queens CLT. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, Elena Wood.
Starting time.
Hello, thank you, Chairperson Sanchez, members of the committee. My name is Elena Wood, and I'm the Housing Director at Housing Works. I want to discuss a few main points with you today about the budget and how it affects our clients. The first is about staffing. So the cuts in hiring phases over the past year have done tremendous damage, with critical agencies left without the staff and resources needed to meet the most basic needs of New Yorkers. DOH, HP, HRA, DHS are not functioning effectively, causing delays in affordable housing and development, supportive housing placements, and processing applications for rental assistance. My experience with working with clients who need access to HASA and HRA is woefully understaffed, making it difficult or impossible for housing providers to meet the needs of our clients. The next is that we call for the city to invest in human services workforce. Housing and homeless service providers, made up predominantly of women of color, are grossly underpaid. I myself oversee 16 staff who often experience the same types of issues as our clients: housing instability, food instability, and it's a shame that those who are put in place to help New Yorkers are also experiencing the same things because of low wages. So we're calling for a 5.4% on all human service contracts for a COLA adjustment. The third point I wanted to talk about is the City FEPS program. We're very grateful for the improvements that have been made, but access is still an issue for a lot of people, particularly clients who I serve who are in transitional housing and don't qualify for the City FEPS. So we'd like an expansion of the City FEPS eligibility. And lastly, making critical investments and taking action to facilitate affordable housing and supportive housing development. The budget doesn't include sufficient enough funding to adequately expand the city's affordable supportive housing stock, one of the most critical issues facing New Yorkers. Housing Works is calling for $2.5 billion in additional new construction financing each year for the next 5 years for apartments specifically built for homeless and low-income New Yorkers. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate the time to bring these points to your attention.
Thank you. I hope you are driving safe.
I pulled over. I had to go get my kid, so I was like, I gotta go. Of course, I'll get called on.
I feel you. I'm rushing back to pick up my baby after this.
All right. Have a safe night.
Bye.
Thank you. Pamela Herrera, Danielle Manley, Linda Ortiz, Shavanthi Kenekal, Shannon Lupkin, Martha Sickles, Matthew Dunbar. This concludes public testimony. If we have inadvertently forgotten to call on someone to testify, please raise your hand using the Zoom hand raise function, and we'll try to hear from you. Seeing nothing on Zoom, we are done.
All right, this is where I give my 20-minute conclusion. Just kidding. Thank you all so much to the members of the public, to the advocacy organizations, to the administration for your testimony, and of course to the fearless staff in the Council Finance Division and Ledge Division who prepared all of the materials for today's hearing. Thank you, and with that, this hearing is concluded.